Alright, so we are back on Kadara after being sent on, a bit of a wild goose chase for that contagion quest, and I'll be honest, that has probably risen to the top of my list of least favorite quests thus far in Andromeda for a variety of reasons, primarily because it was the world's most egregious fetch quest I've ever seen, but also because the resolution was not very resolving, and that it felt like there was a solution that the game very much wanted us to take, and then there was a seemingly more logical solution. We went with a more logical, although albeit perhaps a little bit cruel of a solution. You know, definitely a renegade-like approach. But, I'm not sure what sort of long-term implications there might be there, if there are going to be any consequences for how we chose to resolve that quest or not. I suppose, basically it just felt like the game was kind of trying to force us into suspending disbelief to the extent where it just felt very unlikely, impossible, or at least improbable, that we were going to magically find a way to prevent this disease from spreading to the entire galaxy after we either had someone who had this highly transmissible, dangerous disease going to be frolicking about, or someone who is threatening to distribute said disease, and so, perhaps just get rid of both those people, cruel as that may sound. I mean, we did learn that apparently the Angara were immune to it, and so perhaps that was going to be the solution in the works had we chosen to spare some people, but that still felt like that was a little too much of a stretch for me to support that, as much as it felt like the game was trying to say, well, you're the protagonist, just believe. Alas. Anyways, we are, of course, here on Kadara, so I think what we're going to do here, may want to do this fairly soon, as we did just recently scan the last of those bodies. But I also think, there's one for setting up the base. Yes, settling Kadara. Want to see what we can do to make progress here. Work with Reyes. I don't remember if Reyes, is that the name of the leader here? Might be. But the help Dr. Nakamoto retrieve the formula is something that surprised me a little bit, because this seemed like it was just a very minor side quest that we took up from some dude we found who was just in the middle of kind of in the middle of nowhere. So for this to be something that is necessary for us to take a critical step on this planet seems a little odd to me. Perhaps there's more to it than we would have first thought. So I'm kind of thinking that might be something we want to do while we're here. Again, wasn't really planning to be on Kadara right now, but maybe we'll go here, perhaps take on that quest, and then after that, see what else we run into along the way, and perhaps go track down the Archon. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Monolith, although we definitely will want to do that at some point. Let me just double check. Where are the... well... one of them is very close by. Huh? We were just there, weren't we? Why is it... what? You're telling me that isn't the quest that we also just did? This surprises me. I mean...
So many of my family are distinguished. The name carries weight on its own. I didn't want the name to carry me. I want my own story, if that makes any sense.
Plenty. I just can't imagine that much family. I didn't even have one brother or sister.
What? How?
I don't know. Ask my parents.
And I have not gone to the... no, I have gone to the... no, I have not gone to the right place. I overshot it considerably. In fact, it is just not in this direction at all. Close, but still not really in this direction. It's on the other side of the lake. It's... whoop! Annoying, because the lake does not really... I think the lake is right here, right? I'm pretty sure that means that's on the opposite side of the lake. That does seem like that's the Turian and Krogan dude that we've seen on several occasions prior and wondered what their deal is. They just kind of seem to be loitering around. They also happen to be loitering around right next to one of the many corpses that we found in the area, which did make us highly suspicious that they were up to no good. These guys right here. But maybe they're a little more innocent than we were giving them credit for? Is it these guys? Huh? Kesh's assistant, Wilma, wants to surprise Kesh with some bootlegged swill from Kadara. She asked for you to secure some. These like the dudes that set us up, otherwise... Okay, I mean, we got research data. But, like, that was a murder victim. And the point stands that these guys are just chilling right next to a murder victim. And they don't appear to be people who are helping us find this bootlegged stuff. Whoa, okay, hold on. That water will kill us if we walk into it, though. Is this one of those just yeah, this is just a scan the general area things. And that's why our scanner has been going a little bit crazy in the area, right? Okay, that makes more sense. In which case, it probably does mean that riding around the Nomad a little bit would be most efficient.
Yaleon is an elder sibling. The younger sibling is Oleon.
What do you call a child with no family?
Sholeon. Adopted sibling.
Sholeon.
Okay. So is this one of the ones that is just you know, find the... Oh? Oh, it's that. It's totally that. How the heck do we get there, though? Without walking into the deadly lava. Or lava. Water that is basically as deadly as lava. Lids, water and lava are polar opposites, well, yes. But the effects they have on us when we walk into them is very similar. Near instantaneous death. Oh no, okay, there's a bit of a pathway there that we can walk, seemingly. And I'm not really sure if the Nomad can make it over this. So I think we are parking here. Okay, hold on. Do we walk? What the heck? What are we? Okay. Cora, can you just chill? Can you please just chill for a second here? Here I am trying to plot our way. Here I am trying to plot our way to that thing, and you are causing quite a ruckus. Right, so we could walk. We could walk that and then make that jump and hope that we don't have to touch the water at all. This still feels like that might be safer. We've almost a full-fledged path of that little peninsula there. Is it a peninsula, or really it's more of an isthmus? Oh, is it my controller was vibrating as if the thing we're looking for is right. Cora, can you please just chill? I promise you there are no enemies right. There are hopefully no enemies right here. There is some very, very well hidden titanium though. Whatcha? Okay. I'm assuming it's this thing. Yes, our scanner is starting to go crazier. Okay, so don't touch the water. That's why I think this direction was best. Yes, you have found a very
Got 'em all.
Fresh batch of Kadara's infamous home-brewed ale.
clever
Pathfinder,
place to go.
Kesh's assistant asked you to secure some of that.
Indeed. Okay, let's see what we have here.
What'll it be?
Bottle of your hardest stuff.
This is for Superintendent Kesh.
Make it 6.
Okay, well, we leveled up from picking up beer. Sure. Why not? Why not, I suppose? Okay. Let's see. Oh, we actually have more than just 6 skill points right now. Let's see, so we were starting to level up some assault rifle stuff, then I think we weren't quite as sure what we wanted to do here. I feel like clip size might be a little more useful than reload speed, assuming that we're going to be using cloak a lot. In general, I feel like, you know, you have one burst of damage from using a lot of your ammo from your original clip, or your initial clip, maybe all of that ammo. And then hopefully, by the time you're reloading, you're back into cover, or, you're cloaking and retreating, what have you. Just feels like if you're managing that well, then the reload speed might not be a huge issue. Probably does vary a lot, weapon to weapon. Some weapons having extra clip size would be a much bigger deal than others. Some weapons take longer to reload than others. So, maybe for that reason, we hold off a little bit on that for the time being until we are locked into a specific weapon that we really want to be using. Okay, let's see. Health regeneration cap, health regen, shield regen, consumable effectiveness. I feel like we are definitely going to prefer to have that. That feels like that's more of a sure thing. So maybe we go that route. We could still afford this. +1 weapon loadout size and weapon weight capacity. We did pick that up previously, didn't we? Yeah, we did over here. Rank 3. So not really sure we need that. Weapon clip size, spare ammo, +1 to all combat power cell capacities. Don't really care about the power cell. We haven't been using any, or at least have not yet used any abilities that require those yet. And I don't really think that's something we're planning to do much of in the future. We're taking these combat upgrades at the moment in large part just because they're passive. So even if we are primarily playing more of a tech playstyle, or eventually start speccing more into biotics as well, these passive abilities would still be relevant, whereas if we're talking about the more active skills that would rely on these combat power cells, they would need to be active skills, and they would replace the things that we've been building most around, like the cloak, like the flamethrower, and what have you. So, that aspect doesn't really intrigue me. Again, the real question is, depending on the weapon, in some cases, ammo clip size and spare ammo could be useful. In other cases, it might be almost completely insignificant. The weapon loadout size, right now we can take 3 weapons. I already doubt we are ever going to take 3, just because in Mass Effect 3, at most you could take 2 weapons, and for power-based builds, very rarely did I take 2. Usually it was just 1. So already feels like for the most part you can have 1 weapon for one purpose, another weapon for another purpose, and that pretty much has you covered. 3 weapons feels like, maybe if you're going all in on being a combat-centric build, then that could make sense. Even then, though, it still feels like overkill. So it's really down to that weapon weight capacity, where, yes, having more weight capacity means you can have a couple of really powerful high-weight weapons, because at least in general, higher weight weapons tend to be stronger. But again, usually you have one weapon that focuses on one type of thing, another weapon that focuses on the other type of thing, or some other type of thing. Oftentimes, that's going to mean, you might have one really high-powered heavy weapon for when you're just trying to dish out as much damage with your weapon as quickly as possible. Other times, your weapon might be to set other things up. There are some weapons that have stagger effects, some weapons that, might be specifically just to get rid of a target's shields, and then once you've done that, then flamethrower, for example, suddenly deals much more damage. So maybe you're just hitting your enemy 1 or 2 times, get rid of the shields, and then you're switching over to the flamer. In which case, you could have just one, perhaps relatively light weapon that is more specialized in that way, and so the weight capacity doesn't matter much there. Basically, these both vary in their usefulness, and I'm not sure they're going to make a huge difference to us short term. This rank 6, though, with some defensive stuff, is intriguing, although we wouldn't be able to afford that right now anyway. So maybe we just save a whole bunch here. So yeah, this is not that intriguing. They are passive, but they're passive abilities that I don't really think are going to do anything in this case, or very little, or very infrequently in this case. Is that going to be a factor? Also, a non-factor at the moment. And he gets us some mobility stuff. Yeah, the damage resistance while evading. Our evade is pretty quick, so I don't even think that's going to be a huge factor either. So we'll confirm those, which does unlock Explorer. Higher rank for that. On the tech side, I mean, that is what we've been focusing on, of course. I guess we could go up to rank 5 here. Tech duration, tech area of effect. Okay, I mean, these are relevant. I'm actually surprised we didn't spend these points previously. Maybe we were thinking about it before and then didn't have enough for it at the time when we were first planning to do it and got distracted with combat powers. That's probably what ended up happening. Yeah, area of effect. All tech powers. We were asking ourselves, does that work for Flamer or not? And I am not sure. It says area of effect radius is the thing that confuses me. Because radius is not that important with Flamer as much as the reach is. So if you take away that word radius, and I'd say, okay, that could be useful for Flamer, which we're using very aggressively right now, so that could be meaningful. But radius, I mean, yes, a wider Flamer's not a terrible thing, but for the most part, we want to be just very mindful of how far away we are from enemies when we're using Flamer, because for the most part, the closer we are, the more in danger we are, so increasing our range makes us safer, but that might not be something we get here. Otherwise, tech effect duration does mean cloak duration, which is pretty useful. Does mean flavor duration as well, which technically does mean more damage in total, because the flamer does have a set duration, but at a certain point, it's only so long you can hold flamer for before you are going to get yourself in trouble. So we aren't always just pressing and holding flamer for the entire duration. Oftentimes it's pressing and holding it for a little while, and then eventually, if the enemy isn't all panicked by the flames, they will come after us, and then we need to relocate. So I think that might still be better, though. This is just, again, the radius raising, I'm not sure. This just feels like it's a little bit safer. And then we can't afford rank 6, although in shield regeneration immediately eliminating any delay when tech power is activated. That could be very useful. Only functions every 12 seconds, though. Versus... Wait. Power recharge time rebate? What is... Also weird phrasing. Improves all recharge rates for currently recharging powers by 50% when attack power is activated. What? Only functions every 15 seconds. So is that basically still just a 50% tech recharge bonus? Because that is pretty nice. Or, 50% recharge bonus when we're using a tech skill, or when we start using a tech skill. For the most part, we're going cloak directly into flamer, from flamer directly into energy drain, and so, we're pretty much just going straight off cooldown for any and all of those. So I would, if that does mean that we're basically just cutting, technically it's not in half, that's more, like a quarter, of the recharge time off, and that is still very useful. So, both of those look really good. Okay. Squad mates. Cora, you have 4 points. Means you could upgrade Nova. Damage and force? Yeah, sure. It's not bad. Jal, you also have 4 points. You could upgrade Adventure Strike, which is basically your equivalent of the same type of skill. Damage... well, it was damage and radius for Cora, whereas it's just damage for Jal. I'm pretty sure this is signal target in his case, whereas it's not in Cora's case, so suppose that makes sense. Alright. After our beer run, everyone's feeling a little bit stronger. Alright, let's get out of here now. So that at least explains why we've had our scanner going crazy whenever we've been in this area. Even when we're in the Nomad, it's been doing that, which has been very distracting. If only we could get back over here. That would be great if we could get back over here. I would love if we could get back over. Granted, trying to jump up on the part that is even more steeply sloped is perhaps not really the answer we're looking for, but here we go. That's more like it. Oh! Oh! I did not even think we'd be able to do this. And this is cool. In fact, oh, hold on. Hold on just a second. Can we get up there? From here, can we jump up onto that? If we can get onto that, that doesn't look too difficult to get up there. And then from there, I can't tell from this angle if that's too high up, but, we have to try. We have to try, right? Oof. It does look pretty far away. I don't know if we can do it, but we have to try. We have to try. Come on! No! No! You can do it, Ryder! I believe in you. Get on this little lip. Nope, that doesn't work. This thing is not enough for us to grab onto it. Okay, oh, come on, come on. We might be we might be clipping through the world. We might be breaking the game. I was really hoping that there would be some kind of hidden, amazing chest up here. But we've made it up, and that's all that matters. We are now officially the King of Kadara. Oh, yes, yes, we did fall down. Yes, we did fall down. Here I was trying to do the dramatic stop at the end. I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure we did it. Hold on. Ryder's slipping a little bit there. Ryder's slipping a little bit there. All right, well, we have proved it is possible. You know, perhaps does require some gimmicks. Maybe not really meant to go up there. But, been there, done that. We can check it off the bucket list. That is still pretty cool, if you ask me. Also did successfully land on the Nomad, which is what I was trying to do. So that works too. All right, well, after that little detour, let's see what else we might want to set our sights on here. What is this? Oh, that's a memory trigger. I mean, it is on the slopes a bit, which is kind of annoying, but at the same time, it is close. So we did just do some climbing. We can actually go a fair bit further to the west. I had sort of assumed we were already at more or less the furthest west we could go. But yeah, there is a monolith here. I'm not really sure I'm up for doing a vault right now, but you know, there's something to be said for at least chipping away at some of the monoliths so that we don't have to go venturing all over the place when we do eventually want to do that. Ooh. There's another monolith. I assume the last one is somewhere on the far side. Oh, wow. It's actually not far at all. How far does it go to the east? Is the east just much smaller than the west? Not really. Ooh, hold on. And now, by accidentally switching the screen, I've zoomed back out. But yeah, you know, I was under the impression that we had gone the full way west. I guess we almost have. Wait, what? We are here. Okay, when we go further north, we can go further. Yeah, I thought that this settlement was northwestmost point, but that is very much not the case. I forgot about this whole area. Surprised we got over here and didn't do these things, but okay, I vaguely remember, yeah, we went up this way, and then we tried climbing up this angle, but that was just not feasible, and in truth, we had to go up like that. I think that's how that ended up happening, but alas. All I mean to say is, we could chip away at some bigger things here, but I'm not necessarily sure that I'm looking to get into something as huge as doing the entire vault right now, although it is a little bit tempting, seeing as how the monoliths are not quite as spread out as I would have assumed they would be. But let's at least, I think we'll try that one. Try heading in that direction. Oh, just activating one memory trigger waypoint, then activate all of them, because that is bit obnoxious if so. No, okay, I thought I saw multiple of these things popping up. It's definitely not to the north, right? It's supposed to be south, slightly west. Should be that. Search for memory triggers. Oh, this actually, I assume that bar indicates how many more we need to get before we can actually unlock a memory. I did not realize that was a thing before. I thought we were basically just stuck guessing in the past as to when we would reach that threshold and when we would not. I am not trying to Drive straight into that water, although... okay, hold on. And the monolith is more this way. Memory trigger might be better to go on that side. How steep is this? That's pretty steep. We might actually need to go up by the monolith to get there. Cut across a bit. We must have checked this place out before, right? I am seeing a red dot. Is this one of those
We've got targets.
encounters that always seems to come back? I was supposed to be... Wait, oh. I shot rather than... Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I should have looted this stuff already. Okay. Yeah, pretty sure we've done all this. So let's... hop back in briefly. Casually slice the Nomad in twain, as we have tried to do in the past with our hammer. Crush it. Now we're doing it sword style. Alright, so up here should be the monolith. I'm assuming that's what this structure is. Oh, we should also... There are enemies there. They're making quite a racket. I'm wondering if it's perhaps better to go around the other way, but... Yeah, I'm not really sure what kinds of enemies, because that's they are being rather loud. Have we gotten this? We've not gotten this. I guess that's weapon fire? Oh, is this a little cave? This is a cave, or at least that's where the fighting is, I'm now realizing. I would kind of like to get to that. What is going on in there? We are not going to make that. We are going to make that. I take it back. Okay. Well, Geronimo. What do we have here? Remnant and... Oh? Help them? The raiders? And we got a ton of experience just from killing that one dude, which is strange. And I would like to get in range here. Oh, these guys are friends. Okay, it's a... some outcasts, I'm assuming. Then some Angara who are friendly. Is that an enemy that we also just walked past over there? Hey, friend. Well, all the bad guys are dead, I think. What's the deal with these dudes, though? Local Angara. Okay, oh, hold on. One moment, please. I did not expect to see you here, but... let's also nab this real quick. What is that? Oh, actually don't need to climb up for that? That's convenient. Okay, come on, come on. Actually, let me scan it, please. Oh. There we go. Okay. Is this guy gonna be all curious about how we make this stuff happen? He's gonna ask for all the secrets?
I appreciate the assistance, but you need to leave.
I've done this before. It's okay. You can trust me.
I won't poke anything I'm not supposed to. I promise.
Ryder has interfaced with the monoliths before. How is that possible?
It'll be easier to show you.
Okay, I mean, yeah, that does appear to be exactly what we're doing here. It's called the Outlaw Monolith, no less. Okay, so let's see. We got that one, and then I thought we saw power lines going over here. Oh, ways out. Right there.
You should now be able to interface, Pathfinder.
All right. Are we ready for some Sudoku? I'm not sure that I am. Especially not with all this pressure of having these guys watch us. Actually, you know what the secret is? The secret is to all the Remnant technology. It's just that the Archon and the Angara and everyone in the Helios cluster has just never done Sudoku before. They just don't understand how it works. And so, as the only people with the knowledge and experience of how to do that, that is the reason why we're the only ones able to do this.
That did it.
Oh, we didn't even need to do it though. What?
1 down, 2 to go.
Okay, I mean, if we just don't need to do the Sudoku for these ones, then, I mean, I'll take it. I will take it, but I don't know how much to read into that. Feels like that might just be a coincidence. This might just be a out of the ordinary one. Okay, so that was the monolith. I mean, it would certainly make it easier if we didn't have to also do the Sudoku stuff. Sudoku, right? Sudoku, pretty sure. Yeah, memory trigger's up here, I believe. The music is getting much tenser, which I'm not entirely sure why that is. Oh, Cora says there are outlaws somewhere. That would perhaps explain why. Where exactly is this trigger? It is a ways further. Across this chasm. The outlaws or outcasts down there. Okay, just don't fall in accidentally. No, that's not open. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay. I mean, maybe there was a better way to get up here. If we looped around far enough, we might have been able to get up here with the Nomad, but seems like, yeah, that's got to be it right there. That shining light. Is that a cave system right next to it? It's some iridium. At the very least. Like, does this go into a cave, or is that just... No, it's just some very dark shadows. Okay. Where was that iridium? Hold on. Nope, nope, I didn't mean to do that. My scanner is going crazy. I assume it's just because of that. But, okay, maybe we just pick this up first. Come on. Come on, Ryder. Come on, Ryder. Come on. You know what? Didn't seem like this was gonna be so difficult to get here from this close. There we are.
Sam, another memory prompt?
One of your father's memories is now accessible. Return to Sam Node on the Hyperion to investigate further.
Okay, because yeah, I'm looking at that meter. The one that says search for memory triggers that will unlock Sam's array. And that looked like it was, what, you know, 2/3 of the way done? Don't remember where. I thought it was right around that. When we... No, was it 1/3 of the way done before we picked that up? So yeah, I didn't expect to get any updates from that one, because it didn't look like we were about to fill the bar. There was a mineral here of some variety that I'm now not seeing, because when we were trying to scan that before, it started to show up. But I guess it's not the end of the world if we miss that. Let's just make sure while we're over here there isn't anything else that is in this relatively obscure spot. Doesn't seem like it. Okay. So, yeah, let's head back to the Nomad. And from there... See, we have not done a Ket base or anything like that yet on Kadara, have we? We have on every other planet, or technically it was an Outcast one on Eladin, but I think that's one of the reasons why our viability is not yet all that high on this planet, because those types of encounters do seem to raise it considerably, about 10%, at least based on what it did in Eldon, and don't remember exactly how much it was on the other planets, but I assume something like that. Little enemy of some variety down here. I swear, they keep on using the word outlaw and outcast interchangeably, which I know I've done by mistake on a few occasions. I thought that outcast was the correct term, so I've tried to correct myself to say outcast. Ah, well that's definitely not a human. That did hit you, though. I see little blue blood marks. He just doesn't know how to get us from here. I was kind of curious to see if he would try. He does have a lot of HP, though. Even though I'm kind of trying to hit him in the face, it's not... damage is not adding up that quickly. But I'm pretty sure it's hitting him. We can kind of see him reacting. Head's bobbling a little bit. See a little patch of blue, as if he is bleeding. Usually, when it comes to these guys, we're getting the vast majority of our damage from Flamer. Just doing little bits and pieces of damage with our gun. There is a chance that was obviously just a terrible shot. There's a chance this is just not doing, and there we go. Okay. I mean, we don't get experience from these random encounters like that again, more often than not. And we didn't there, but there is a chance that guy dropped some stuff. We need to go a little bit closer to check out, so we will once again casually melee the Nomad. Still have not seen the bandits. Can I drop anything? That doesn't seem like it. Spot of ammo? Oh. Well, I mean, we might have gotten intel from that, potentially. In which case, sure. Alright, so where are we looking to go? Because we could do some additional monoliths. I was thinking we would try... I keep on accidentally doing that instead of zooming out. Could try... where is it? I thought it was over here. Yeah, modern medicine. Dr. Nakamoto's old lab. I remember when we first got out of the Kadara slums, this seemed like it was far away because it had that cliff in front of it. Now we've gone way off in this direction, and by comparison, it seems so much closer. Oh, and these people are right out there. Okay. Yeah. Let's go. We'll fast travel here. We'll turn in this quest, and then monolith is right there. Oh, yeah, the medicine spot is right after that. Okay, I think that's what we'll do. 1, 2, and 3. I think at the time we were thinking we might realistically need to loop around a little bit to the right there, because this was pretty steep, but we'll see. We'll see. It's actually been a little while since we've spent much time in that area, so we've spent so much in that northwestern section thus far.
Wounds that no medicine can heal.
Should I send you back to the Tempest?
Is that an option?
What? I mean, this keeps on happening. We just randomly either load up the game or fast travel somewhere. As soon as we load in, people are having a conversation. It's not clear what the conversation is about, especially because it sort of fades in with the audio as well. And it's, okay, someone care to repeat that for us, please? Anyway, let's proceed. Because the people we are looking for are right here. Again, we have that theory that the Krogan and Turian dude, something is going to happen with them, and I kind of was thinking that there might be a follow-up with these two.
Hi
It'll
again.
involve those
Do you
guys.
have the locations of the victims? It's the only way to make sure justice is served.
Or you could give the data to me for a quick reward. Something real.
Okay. I guess we'll go for justice.
Someone has to be held accountable for these
Seems like a
murders.
very
Thank
forced...
you. A civilization is nothing without justice.
That felt very forced. The whole... choose... Like, I don't know what kind of reward he's gonna give us versus justice. Very just surface level. This is the right thing to do, morally. This is the thing that selfishly is going to benefit you more. We're not going to give you any more details to try to discern why that might be the case for either of those. You're just going to have to...
Are you upset to be the only child of your parents? This team, and your commando team before that, does it satisfy that yearning?
It's a different kind of belonging than family. Here, I can walk away, good or bad. That knowledge is always there.
Yet you stay. For the adventure?
For the adventure.
Alright, well, it does seem like that might have been
That doesn't look like an outcast or collective camp. Let's check it out.
Okay, I think that might be Ket. So we're starting to go, yeah, more in this direction. This seems like it's a little easier to traverse over here. We want to eventually cut through the mountains, but let's take a little detour here for the time being. Imagine. No, doesn't look like Ket, at the very least. Oh, it's probably, what is it, the collective? Who we really have not seen? That's my guess. Why is that guy hunched? Oh no, they're not really hunched over. For a second, it looks like they're zombies. Did we increase our tech power duration? I know we were thinking about doing that for one of our skills. I just don't remember if we actually got around to doing it yet. They have seen us. Okay. Here I was trying to be all sneaky. Didn't work so well. They are better at long range than we are, because this is not actually a sniper rifle. Yep, collective. Confirmed. That is not really working. I was trying to go from that angle, because it looked like we had some cover from there. So did they. That is an explosive container. Where are they? We do not have this kind of range on flavor. We are also standing right next to an explosive container. Apparently they were standing right next to an explosive container that I did not even see. There's still multiple people here in fact.
Think that's it?
No, I tend to disagree. We didn't get the experience, and there are definitely 3 more people over there, at least. Hey, buddy. There we go. At least got the experience. These guys they're up to something as well. Okay, so that might be the first time we fought collective. I mean, they do definitely look very similar to the outcasts. Let's see. Headshot, weak point damage, spare weapon ammo. I don't remember if that's the same type of gear that we were seeing from other human enemies, or if there is a distinction with the loot they have as well. Because of course we have in the past seen Angaran gear from Angaran enemies and Ket gear from Ket enemies. Carnifex, rank 5. Made one of those a little while ago. I am a fan of it, even if it's not the highest of rarities. Okay, it is a crawler. Stolen from the initiative several weeks ago. It has since been ridden into disrepair. We've definitely heard that before. What is that? Multi-purpose generator, constructed and used throughout Helios to power a variety of systems and devices. Destroying it will disable its dependent devices and discontinue power flow to the systems it serves. Did we blow it up? We might have blown it up. It looks like it is sparking as if we have blown it up, probably accidentally with our flamer, but oh well. that scannable? That is not. Okay. We just, well, I mean, we could hop back into Nomad, and the further we get away from it, the longer it's going to be for us to get back to it. I do want to check out that small group of, I assume, collective enemies as well that were up on that hill there. They were just kind of standing still. I just saw another red dot. Yeah, that's a beast. It's actually not that far away from us, but don't want to get too distracted. These guys are the ones that I'm referring to, who are now shooting at our ship. I have cloaked 3 times, in fact. These are outcasts, though. That's interesting. And that certainly would, I suppose, explain why we do sneak up behind them. That is cool. I suppose that would explain why they did not technically count as the same encounter as the collective people over there. Then again, there have been times where there've functionally just been 2 groups of enemies right on top of each other, even if they've technically been 2 different waves that have given us 2 distinct sources of experience. Shuttle landing gear. Landing gear was ripped from the body of its shuttle on impact. Definitely seen these types of things before. Mechanism damage beyond repair. Even as scrap, benefit is minimal. Anything else? I mean, some of these give us the... I forget exactly what it was, but we needed to get a certain number of stuffs from some of these outposts to track down the sort of main base location, which we've not yet done. Oh, no, it was already in all-wheel drive mode. Okay, so now I am going to just try to power over the cliffside there. Okay, yeah. So basically we just cut a corner there. There may very well be some things over there, but I think, you know, eventually we'll head over there to pick up the plant. So, might even try to do the monolith first, because if we don't even have to do the Sudoku, then this might be quite quick. This might just be a poke right over here, scan a couple of things, don't even need to do any puzzles, and then just be done, and then we can double back for this, which would be more significant. That, I imagine, is the lab in question, but this would be the monolith.
Dr. Nakamoto's lab. He did say it was heavily armed.
Okay. Yes, we will, but not just yet. That is also a random bug, with which I take great issue. Okay, thank you, Cora. That's very unnecessary, but thank you. Okay, all of these are called Outlaw Monolith. Does that mean there's gonna be outlaws at all of them? And yeah, once again, it's saying outlaw. Did I just get the name of R&B band randomly mixed up with the name of their syndicate group? Last one, I think, did not have much in the way of loot from actual containers. It just had some minerals. I don't know if that meant that we missed something, but perhaps we weren't thorough enough. Okay, that was obviously not the best way to get back up here. All right, let's do some scanning. Okay. Are you right here, like the last time, or are we? Oh yeah, minimal platforming. At least in that case, this one looks like it is at least a little bit further around. That might be one right there. Is it? Oh, well, there is something up there. We already got that. Let's do this before we forget, though. That looks like it. Because it is. This is also a container. High value salvage? Sure. Not bad. I mean, it does look like we can climb on top of these things. In the past, that tended to be where the scanny stuff was. Okay, yeah, it is the case for this one. up. Whoa. Oh, we can scan this dude. That's why you're making noises at me. Then we go here. This is what we were doing in the past, but this, I think, is the last one, and therefore the only one that requires that we go up here.
I detect no additional glyphs in the area.
It does beg the question. Cool. Interesting. Did that give us research? Wait, why is it... That's for the glyph right here. Why is it telling us there's a glyph way up there? I am curious, though, to see if there's anything over here. I know there's not a glyph, but we can go on this thing. Is that? Not sure what that is, but there are a lot of lights over there. Oh, well, that's Kadar Report, is what that is. That would explain that. Hidden goodies? Rather not fall down one of those things. Says as he almost falls down one of those things. Okay, let's see. To Sudoku or not to Sudoku? That is the question. To jump down and melee or not jump down and melee this. It would not let me melee it. I'm distraught. Won't even let me melee right now. Okay. Interface? Maybe we actually do need to do that. We do actually need to do it this one. Okay. This is a more straightforward one, though, compared to what we had some funky shapes. Where was it? Was on Vold? It is kind of weird how some of them just seem like they are a little bit tougher than others. You would think that the later planets are tougher than the earlier planets, but that is not necessarily the case. Okay, so, anyways, what do we know? We have, that's interesting. Is this always the case? Every single one of these shapes has already been accounted for. That's kind of cool. I feel like that, in theory, should make this much easier. So, let's see. What can we find out? Not you. Not you. It's either you, or, no, it has to be you, right? It's the only possible solution is you. Okay, so that means we should be on a roll here, because now, means the only possible solution here is that, which means the only possible solution here is this. Only possible solution here is that. Only possible solution here is that. Then what do we have left? Oh, and I wasn't even paying attention to the squares. Let's just double check there. That looks good. That looks good. These ones, though, do seem to have considerably less info. Well, let's see. Not that. Could be that. Can't be that. Okay, so, yeah, it does need to be that, based on the square. Okay, gotcha, which means this needs to be... Ooh. Oh, hold on. No. You need to be that. Then that means you need to be this. Okay, then that works. So now you are this, right? Yep. That checks out, which means you are that. Okay, I think we have it. Nice.
Hey, I'm getting better at this.
Might actually be getting a little, I mean,
All right,
a little better at this, yes. Though, as I said, that one definitely does feel like they were making that easier than we had the previous ones we were trying. That seemed a little bit odd if... I think it was Vold that had the more complicated puzzles for us. It would be strange if that is, in fact, the planet that is the toughest. So you do run into it fairly early on. Okay, so I think now we head over to the medicine spot. Let's see, so we've done that one. The other one... Oh, I mean, I guess we were actually kind of close to it before. But it's right next to this forward station, which we may... But if we were to go to get to this monolith, then we should definitely just get that forward station. We might more or less need to, because they're just so close. It might be impossible to get one and not the other. But otherwise, yeah, the thing with that is that if this is actually a Ket base right here, where this marker is, then that might functionally mean that in order to get over here, we need to go through a Ket base, and that's going to be a much bigger commitment, and therefore You know, it's not like we just quickly stop by this place and just check it off our list without giving it much thought. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves, though. Let's go here first. We are, of course, right next to the lab now. That was the thing that we were focusing on, because it is supposedly quite important. After all, we should probably read up on it. Remind ourselves what exactly the deal is, because as I said, at the time, I didn't make much of it. Just seems like a relatively minor quest, but maybe that is not so much the case. So Dr. Ryota Nakamoto has requested your help in stealing back a medical formula which Sloane Kelly has been abusing to create a drug called Oblivion. Okay. That didn't seem... yeah. I mean, it didn't seem like a major plot point. It did not seem like a major plot point, but perhaps that's, you know, by solving the drug problem, we can get the slums back in order. And maybe by getting the slums back in order, that, for some reason, is a necessary...
I like your rifle, Joe.
I built the modification
necessary
myself.
step?
Once it was Ket. Now it kills them for me.
Back home, some people name their favorite weapons.
This one is a Darav.
Alright. There are a lot of enemies here.
Target's down.
Supposedly, we learned that this place is heavily armed. I feel like running straight out the front door is maybe not the best strategy. I feel like that probably plays very well into their strengths. They can probably outsnipe us. But if you want to walk right up close to us... oh, hello! I was not referring to you guys. I was referring to the outcast Ryder right there. Actually. Hey, friend. Cora has already found a way to go down. I honestly don't know how you managed to do that. We fought almost no one. There's like no one over
The
here.
company, the collective.
I like how she's also giving us this warning as she is dead on the ground. I almost walked straight into that as they're trying to shoot a jump. It's probably the guy that's causing us all this trouble. Would like to move in on you. Yep, it is absolutely the guy who's giving us all this trouble. Okay, let's resolve this issue at the root of the problem. You dropped a grenade on your deathbed. I'm offended. Unless that was actually you. You? Okay, apparently that was a subset of them. Cora is over here. Oh, I honestly did not even recognize the revive animation because we've always done the revive animation thus far while we've been cloaked. I was like, there's no one over here at the moment. We can get away with this right now, right? Drop a grenade on death again? No, perhaps not. Oh, how'd you sneak up? You did. Yes! That was actually useful data. Useful feedback, Cora. You're actually smart enough to tell me they were behind me. Granted, you told me that after they snuck up behind me and started shooting me. But I did not expect them. I did not believe that they had actually done that. Okay, you are a sharpshooter. I would like to be cloaked while approaching you. Okay, you did a very good job of fighting. I think that was the last of them. Some of them did drop loot. So why don't we do a little bit of scavenging now. And then we will... There's definitely some lithium. Fair bit of that as well. Then we'll see what the deal is inside this place. So yeah, that was a reasonable amount of enemies. Might be the extent to which we have to fight enemies in this encounter. I don't know if they're gonna ambush us after we do whatever there is to be done inside the facility itself. Or if this was the full extent to which we will be combating people in this area. Whoa! Vintage heatsink is an ultra rare. Ammo refills automatically after a delay. I'll take it. I will take it. I will take the ring to Mordor. But I will need some help, for I do not know the way. Okay. I think we've looted all the bad guys. What do we have here, though? Angaran Tech Node? This looks important. Though we can't do anything with it yet. Can't even melee it. Why is it that we can accidentally melee the Nomad all the time? The game never allows me to melee inanimate objects when I actually want to. What gives? What's the deal with that? I don't like that. I want to be able to melee stuff that looks important just to see if it breaks. To see if we break the game when we do it. Alright, now let's actually get it. Wind turbine. Some of those were scannable in the past, right? Not this time? Not this time. Okay. So let us. Ooh, this is very slow doors. This, like the ones at Kadar Port, it feels like it. Okay. What do we have here?
These plants produce the bacteria used in Oblivion.
So anyone with access could make Oblivion?
No, it's a complicated process. The outcasts were only successful because they had Dr. Nakamoto's formula and instructions.
Okay, so that says outcast. The enemies' names say outlaw on them, though, so the game does say them interchangeably.
Don't hurt me.
Oh, where are you? So I didn't even know you were here? I still don't know where you are, to be brutally honest. I'm also admittedly distracted by all the other shiny things in here. Yeah, I want to say that is... Oh, there you are. I don't know if that's technically an oversight. It just, at the very least, it feels strange that the game switches randomly from one to the other. Feels like they should have just picked with one and stuck with it. Although I do understand their confusion. Let's see, dosage, arena. Slums need another re-up. Also, adjust the dosage. We had 2 more die on us. It's bad for business. We want them addicted, not dead. Cadis. Have we seen that name before? Let's see. Okay, it's a conversation between the two of them. Lab monkeys should have another batch ready for you pronto. As for the dosage, might be dangerous to adjust without Ryota. I suggest keeping it as is. Ryota is not the name of the scientist, is it? Was he in on this all along? Just didn't let us know? What with all your medical experience? Just do as I say. Hold on. What is the name of the... Yeah, Ryota is the name of the guy who gave us this quest. Hold on. You're saying... Might be dangerous to adjust without Ryota. That certainly seems to imply that at one point in time he was in on it. He might not be right now. He is, of course, the one that sent us here in the first place. But I'm guessing his hands are not as clean as he would have originally liked for us to have believed.
Please, don't shoot. I'm unarmed.
Alright. That's okay. You're safe.
I'm not here to hurt you, Dr.
Farinth. Dr. Arena Farinth.
I only want the Oblivion formula. Then I'll be on my way.
Something tells me she's not going to give that up.
With a sob story about Sloan misusing his medical breakthrough.
Something like that.
Yep.
Oblivion wasn't his breakthrough, it was ours.
I mean, we did just read those logs, which, as we were saying, certainly strongly suggests that Ryota is not nearly as innocent as he might have initially seemed.
Is everyone on this planet a lying asshole?
We always meant Oblivion to be a highly addictive drug. That it has medicinal value was a coincidence.
Okay. So, the intended purpose was for it to be a recreational drug to get people addicted and sell it for profits? It also happened to have medicinal purposes? And I don't know, like, was that, I guess that was the case that Ryota was making then? Trying to make it sound like that was his intended use for it? But I guess yeah, so it's basically, it's the way this is gonna play out that we're gonna have to choose who gets to have / keep the formula. These people here who presumably were going to plan to use it for the drug trade, whereas Ryota at least claims that he was using it for medical purposes, but that remains to be seen. Because they both have used it for or at least to sell for profits in the past.
Then why did Dr. Nakamoto quit the Outcasts?
Ryota didn't quit. He was fired. Push Sloan for a bigger cut. You've had what, one conversation with him? I've known Ryota for years. Everything he does for credits.
Okay.
But you're different.
I place survival above credits. Give Ryota the formula, and I'm as good as dead. Sloan will see to that.
Okay, yep. So, as expected, it does very much seem as though we're gonna have to take sides here. Why would Sloan kill you, though?
I've seen Sloan's outfit. Not a lot of doctors. You're too valuable to kill.
She'll see it as cooperating with the enemy. Loyalty's more important to Sloan than brains.
Okay, so if we're saying I'm not buying it, that's basically our way of saying we're gonna side with Ryota, whereas if we say keep the formula, we're siding with you. I mean, either way, well, this is very similar to what just happened with the, what was it, Contagion quest, where basically both answers are bad, or at least are suboptimal in one way or the other. So, on one hand, you could say, okay, I mean, yeah, that's kind of good, in that it's forcing you to make a difficult decision. On the other hand, there's just not enough build up here, not enough context to have a strong feeling one way or the other. So it really just feels like, well, take your pick. Like, okay, Ryota has told us he's trying to use it for medical purposes. That's more than you've said. I mean, you've just said that he also has used it for drug trafficking, drug peddling purposes. And, you know, that means at worst he's as bad as you. Whereas, if we have you keep the formula, this one person lives. Whereas you claim that Sloan would track you down and kill you if we give this over to Ryota. Again, I'm not really sure how much we believe you. It just feels like, so what? In either case, it feels like, you know, it's, very indifferent one way or the other. And again, it kind of feels like the game is trying to pressure us into going this route. Because it feels like the game is basically much like with the Contagion quest. The game is trying to sort of, I would say not very well, but build up this perception that, oh, there is a correct way to do this quest. And then last second, surprise, except that solution is not as good as you thought it was going to be. Hold on, consider this other thing that is also not really good, but is roughly equally as bad. Ooh, tough decision, right? Except still not really enough build up to have a strong opinion one way or the other. So, I mean, last time for Contagion, we did what was sort of what seemed to be against what the game was trying to pressure us into doing. So, I don't know, maybe we try to go with the game this time and tell her to keep the formula. I don't know, either way, like, again. But is Ryota gonna do more to help people with the formula than you are? Like, maybe? I think we still give it to Ryota. Just because, again, like, even if we save your life, you're still gonna use this to sell drugs. Ryota might do the same thing, but he might have at least some good intentions with it. You might die, because Sloan might hunt you down, but we don't really know. But if you are definitely going to sell drugs with this formula, whereas Ryota may not. So that's basically what I guess is going to be my deciding factor. But it's a weak case either way. I feel like, again, it's just a not very well done. I feel like the writing on this one.
You're lying about Dr. Nakamoto to keep the formula.
You willing to bet my life on that?
Yep.
Fuck you.
She gonna try to fight us even though she says she's unarmed? No, I mean, again, like, we got extra information by reading this first. It's like, on one hand, we know there is some truth to what she's saying. How much truth, we don't know definitively. But there is at least some truth to what she's saying. So there is a case to be made for siding with her. Again, it feels like the game is trying to pressure us into doing that by doing this, surprise, it's not what you thought it was, type thing. But it just didn't do a very good job of it, once again. Where exactly did we? Ah, there you are. Okay. So, turn to him. He's over here. Certainly could do that. Again, I guess at this point, we either do that right now, or we fast travel over here and either go loop around this way to get to the monolith, or we go down this way through whatever that cave might be. Don't know what that structure is. There is a forward station here. That's the last monolith, and this is just a plant sample. We probably don't need to make much of a point of doing that right now. We could circle back to get it later. Because, yeah, this feels like that could be a somewhat major thing that I'm not necessarily looking to do right now. At some point, absolutely. But again, wasn't really intending to spend any time on Kadara right now. We just so happened to get here, so it feels like, you know, while we're here, okay, sure.
Do you get sick a lot?
Maybe. Illness is a private matter. We never speak of it.
This is also the spot where
No
enemies
sick
always
days?
spawn in.
No starve a fever, nurse a cold?
It's suddenly very hot in here.
Want some Medigel?
Please. Stop.
Medigel? It's a weird pronunciation as well. Okay, let's... Okay, was this one of those potentially infinite source of experience areas because these enemies always respawn? Also, is it just 2 enemies? Because if so, that's super easy. Also, they are standing in the lava, once again, lava. They're standing in the water that instantly kills us. I do feel a little bit offended that they can just hang out in there. I mean, we got a little bit of experience from it. Not a lot, but if this does happen every time we load in here, then technically speaking, you could just go and get infinite experience from doing this. Not really sure how necessary that is, but it is apparently kind of sort of a thing. If we saw that the resources were all directly on top of the water in the past, right? Definitely done some mining here before. I'm kind of surprised that it is still showing up as a rich area. There's nothing of note over here, though. Oh, hold on. Hello.
Excellently done.
This would potentially be in the direction we're looking to go. Alright, yeah, I mean, it's not a huge deal. We can just keep on going here. I guess we'll keep this out.
This area can be mined for resources.
Can it, though?
You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
Can we, though?
The exiles have quite a setup over there.
Oh.
Won't be happy to see us.
Okay. I mean, we did, of course, see an exile base on Eladin. I was assuming this way. Upon their arrival, Sloane Kelly and the Outcasts pushed back the Ket from Kadara Port, but there are rumors that a band of stragglers are still causing trouble in the Badlands. Cadus, Sloane's second, has... Oh, we did see Cadus' name pop up. Was he on the logs we were just looking at for the drug stuff? Sloane's second in command has asked for you to investigate. So I assume this is a Ket base. Pretty sure we've seen that quest name before, and it's probably what it's generally led to. So for that reason, if we are about to run into some kind of significant outcast or collective base, then I assume that it is not
You are
technically
in
an official
excellent
base.
physical condition, Cora. Better than anyone on the squad.
Thanks. Didn't realize you were
Joel.
paying attention.
The
Joel.
mind wants what the mind wants.
Joel. Easy, buddy. Okay, I mean, this looks like... Drawler? Okay, sure. Oh, do we get bigger chunks of the map unlocked when we are visible after doing that? I don't know. But, this does not seem like that much more than the average area, unless that thing is also part of it, all the way over there. Like, is that also an extension of this base, and we'll also have enemies? Like, we're gonna have a dropship giving us more enemies. Not gonna lie, from this angle, it looked like those guys were riding the Audis, which would have been way cooler if they were. But I think we just engage. I think we just take them on. Doesn't seem like it's that big of a group. Not have enough penetration to do that. And obviously, we're out of flamer range, so felt like we just had to settle for that. Okay, I do see you. Thought I saw, yep, you as well. Yep, that is a grenade. Oh, hello. Ow. Ow. You are remarkably accurate. What the heck? Also, I don't know how we got there. Apparently we walked past a health restoring container, which was actually rather useful. I also thought there was only one other enemy left, so when I saw we were getting shot from multiple directions, I was a little surprised. They are up above. I should have known, perhaps. Where exactly? A little bit of penetration is useful.
That's it.
I am hearing some kind of beast. Oh, it's that guy. Okay, we should be able to avoid him for the time being, and then once we carry on, we can engage, but let's see what the deal is here. So yeah, I mean, it was slightly larger than the average little encounters with these guys. I think that's the same name we saw of the gear when we were fighting the collective people, so I don't think there is any difference in the loop between collective and outcast drops. So yeah, I don't really know why Ryder was making such a big deal about this spot in particular. I mean, in other spots we've seen there have actually been more significant quest-related stuff, you know, the stuff that will eventually lead us to the main location for them. Is that how we found the Ket bases in the past? It might actually be. Okay, where's the Nomad, though? 'Cause that's not it. I mean, that's definitely not how it worked on Eladin, because we went to the flop house, and that was, as it turned out, the place where the main base was. But maybe, technically speaking, in any of those situations, if we had just happened across the main base preemptively, even before finding all that stuff, we still would have been able to initiate the encounter, even if we hadn't gone through all the preliminary steps. You are, yep, in the process of killing Cora. Oh no, of Joel, except we killed you. So Joel is safe now. You're welcome, Joel. Oh, hello. You're welcome, Joel. Meanwhile, Joel's like, oh, Lids, don't forget about this guy. One moment while I return the favor by killing this dude. Okay, so know there's a cave relatively close by. I mean, that kind of looks like where that structure was. I assume the cave takes us down below, maybe over to this structure. I don't know what the deal is there. Mostly trying to get over to this and this, which we have a whole bunch of stuff further west. I imagine that is, well, this road would definitely go here, maybe to here as well. Does that mean that's where this would go to, or is this going to loop back around that way? Basically, this way or this way. I mean, I can't really see definitively if that has a path through. The tunnel, or the cave, again, might, but I think maybe we do just go off to this side here and bet on that. Not sure what that's going to lead us up to either. Once again, every time I don't want to use the melee, it works. Every time I want to just spam melee on inanimate objects, it does not. I think this was the direction that I was just saying I wanted to go, but
The crew has
I could be wrong
developed a
about
feeling
that.
of family, don't you think?
Yeah, we've been through a lot together.
Become fond of each other. Bonded.
Some more than others, but yes.
I'm fond of you, Cora. Like a sister. We're family.
It's a little weird. What's up, Gunner Tier God? How are you? How's it going? Only played it 3 times now. We've been doing a lot of our fire combos with the Flamer plus the energy drain that is, by and large, the combo we've been focusing on. It's also bad timing on that. Oh, that was not us, though. That was a fortunate little
That's teamwork.
explosive container. There's still a dude over there who is basically dead. He's dead.
Got them all.
Okay, don't read into that. This looks important. Yes. So this is what I mean. We've seen more significant bases have had these types of things at them. Thanks. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yes, like the more significant bases have had these types of things at them. Although that didn't really tell us if there were any long-term implications of having done that. But compare that to the other place that Ryder was making a big deal about that just didn't even have one of those things, and it seemed kind of odd that Ryder even seemed to be drawing attention to a base that was, in truth, less significant. Anything else here? This? What's going on over here? That is back this way. It is odd. This pathway does seem to kind of just lead to nowhere. So I am a little intrigued. Maybe we take a little detour, see what that's all about. Let's hop back in the Nomad, though. Yeah, so again, I think we'll do a little bit more exploration on Kadara here, but really, I was originally planning that we would, let's see what you're saying, we'd try going a little bit more northward over here. I was originally planning, just want to make sure we don't end up in the water. Originally planning to go to the Archon ship, or at least try to. We have already delayed that a bit. Can't tell how significant this enemy is because you are far away, and I don't know. Are you just an Audi? I think you are. Yes. Thank you, Cora. Is there even anything up here? This is the spot I was for. Ah, well, a little bit more to our right. Up here. Oh? What's this? We've been here? Apparently not. Another place with all the crashed gear. Usually, we see a few enemies around these types of places, though. Interesting. It's a little bit odd. Yeah, so is there anything at all on this little pathway of sorts? It truly just leads to the middle of nowhere. Oh. Hold on. that is definitely a cave. This is not the cave that was marked on our map. This is an entirely different cave. Getting mixed feelings about this. I'm getting feelings like this is going to be a significant place later on that is deliberately not marked because the game does not want us to go here until there's a quest that directs us here. So although we could go through this spot and see what it's all about, I feel like that might cause issues. That has happened to us on at least one prior occasion for what was ultimately not a huge deal. Relatively minor side quests.
It means death caves.
Oh.
Charming.
Not really.
I feel like we saved that spot for that. Then again, I'm not sure if we're gonna remember that it's there, because it doesn't have a marker. On the other hand, wait, can we throw a custom marker there? We're probably gonna end up overwriting that waypoint at some point, but okay, yes, there is a path down this way. It is gonna take us right past the structure. We don't really know what that structure is, but that does take us to the forward station, which is what we were trying to target along with this monolith. So I think we do that, and I don't know what is going to come of that structure.
Keep expecting outlaws to jump out at us.
I mean, they have. I mean, you say that, and then there's a dropship over there, so I'm pretty sure that is more or less exactly what just happened. That's... let's go the other way. Let's not make this more difficult than it has to be. Oh. An amigo of some... Oh, I see you now.
That's teamwork.
Okay, now that one's weird. Usually we see the random little beasts like that, they don't give us any experience. That one oddie gave us the same amount of experience, more experience in some cases, than much larger encounters with full bands of outcasts. What have we done thus far? We've mostly been doing a whole lot of side quest stuff. So although we have been to a lot of planets, we've spent a lot of time on those planets. But in terms of main quest missions, we haven't done too much at this stage. We are just before going to try to find the Archon's ship so we can get the information to go to the super vault, basically. We got that information a little while ago. That's around the same time that we learned of Elodin's existence, as well as one other planet with a weird name of just numbers and letters. We have been to Elodin, spent a little bit of time doing some side quests there.
I agree. Stop, hop up, run in a circle, and get back in.
Or kill this guy, then get back in.
Well, fine.
So yes, we've learned of Elodin, we've spent a little bit of time on Elodin, done some side quests there, done some exploration there. We have not been to the... Oh, there's so many beasts here. We've not been to the planet yet that has the just name of numbers and letters that currently does not mean much to me.
Good work.
But yeah, next on our list is we're planning to go seek out the Archon ship. We are going in the direction that I thought we were going, and we are not going in the direction that I thought we were going in. Okay then. We will double back in a second, although we did, of course, also just find these guys. So yeah, what we've been trying to do is, for the most part, be pretty aggressive with side quests, so that way, if we do, or when we do start doing main quest missions, you know, we aren't, maybe don't walk straight into that. Basically, since I'm going in blind and I don't know what to expect, I'm trying to be smart about that, and comparing this to prior experiences with other Mass Effect games, with some major main quest missions, it seems like that mission to track down the Archon ship is going to be a pretty major one. So it, for that reason, reminds me a bit of Mass Effect 2, with things like Horizon and the Collector ship, and how those missions are significant, of course, within the main plotline, but they also have some hidden timers that they either are affected by or affect other quests with. So for that reason, before initiating a big quest like that Archon one, I'm deliberately trying to make a point of doing a lot of side quests first, so that if we do suddenly find ourselves forced to pick up the pace later on, we aren't left with a... Alright, well, if you insist, we aren't left with a bunch of side quests unfinished. Or some things that, you know, we get locked out of. Because we didn't do them in time, so... You know, some people are gonna end up dead, or some general bad stuff is gonna end up happening because we didn't resolve some issue in time. So we aren't doing every single thing before we do the Archon mission. Still a lot more to do on Kadara in particular, Eldon for sure. But we have done a fair bit on the other planets. Oh, hello. There are a lot of you. But you guys are getting kind of annoying with how frequently you're showing up here.
How many AI like Sam
I was also
are
curious to
there?
see if that would do anything.
Back where you are from.
Not many. Most people are afraid of AI.
You guys still following us?
Pardon?
No. I don't know what you're pardoning about. Yeah, so we've done a lot on Vold, Havarl, and Eos. Have been the places where we have them up to 100% viability. There are still some quests to do there, yes, but that was sort of our threshold. We've set up outposts, or in the case of Havarl, set up a, what was it, technically a research station there. So those planets we've done a lot. Kadara, not that much. We have done some quests that just oddly enough have not increased the viability there, so that number is perhaps a little bit misleading. Eldon, we haven't been there that long, but the few quests that we did do there gave us large chunks of viability, so that number is perhaps suggesting we've been there longer than we actually have, so kind of the opposite with Kadara.
Maybe not, but when AI do go rogue, they're a real threat.
Okay, so this is where that structure is. I still don't... And that looks like it. It's a very ominous red light.
Think that's it?
I don't know what the deal is here. Not sure what this is all about. Yeah, Cora maybe didn't meet Edie. What is this thing? Stealthy approach. Casually slice the iridium. With our sword, of course. What is the deal here? I assume this is the structure in question. It is. And the fact that it has a marker for it, again, implies that it's important. As whether that is actually the case. I'm trying to get up on the roof. Best way to do that is probably like this. Obviously, you go up on the roof before you actually go into the building. I mean, that just goes without saying, right? Any way to drop in from above? No. Okay, so this might be another one of those situations where it's marked, or this time it is marked, because it is going to be an important place in the future, but we don't yet know why that is. I don't know. Or something else entirely.
Reyes should be here.
I don't know why
I
Reyes is
detect
supposed to
no
be here.
sign of Mr. Vidal, Pathfinder.
Oh.
Shall we proceed without?
Oh!
That's not...
Don't move.
This is where the Pathfinder guy was supposed to be. We did have a quest for this, we just didn't have it active, so I didn't realize this is where we were supposed to be for that.
Farah will deal with you.
Farah? Okay. Yes, I did also suspect that this was going to be tied to some kind of bigger thing, and so that appears as though it is holding up to be true. These are all Angara, though. So what is the deal here? Is this collective? The collective were human for the most part? No, we saw Salarian collective was the first collective person we saw, but definitely not
I don't
Angara.
need to tell you what happens next.
That would actually be kind of helpful, because admittedly, might have been useful if I had done a little bit more to double check what other quests we had on our list that I just didn't have active at the time, because I'm a little lost at the moment. I imagine you want to kill us. I don't really know why, because although it's pretty clear that you're an important person, I do not know what your deal is.
Settle down. We only came to talk.
We don't talk with outsiders.
What about one of your own?
Oh.
You eat with them, travel with them, smell like them.
They certainly sound like Rokar.
You'll bleed, just like the others.
Uh-oh. Big fight?
So it's true. You murdered innocent people.
Invaders and sympathizers are not innocent. I will protect my home.
Okay, so now what I'm concerned about is, yes, on one hand, I absolutely just forgot about whatever quests we apparently had in this area. However, it does, so maybe that's it. Maybe that's all there is to this, and that's why I'm feeling a little bit lost here. But there is also a chance that there were supposed to be other steps leading up to this that we accidentally skipped because we kind of just waltzed on in here without much of a plan. I hope that's not the case. What's up, Ador? We may have accidentally skipped a bunch of steps in a quest that I did not realize we were doing. So, that's my concern. I'm hoping that the only reason I feel a little confused and a little lost right now is because I did not have the quest active that apparently this was tied to. But it may be that I accidentally skipped some steps that I did not mean to skip, and that's why it appears as though we have some... It seems like Ryder also has some pieces of information that he's missing. So I don't know if that's supposed to be the case, or if that's because we messed up, and we were supposed to do something before that we forgot to do. Or, I mean, I would have done it if I had this quest active, and realized there are other places to go. But again, we just kind of wandered in here because it looked like it was important and significant, but didn't realize we were gonna get thrown straight into something like this. We're friends?
Don't let your hate poison you. We can coexist.
Like here on Kadara. Sloane lies to my people and uses them for power.
I'm not Sloane.
You are all the same.
Uh-oh. Alright, because this also feels really significant right now.
You're late. I've got a good reason.
Oh, that's Ray's.
Don't just stand there.
I remember Ray's now.
Kill them.
Okay. This is all happening very quickly.
Mad?
I still feel very confused right now.
Die.
Okay. You are right in front of us, and you seem to be a very important person, but let me tell you. You fry just like all the other Angara. Okay, so now I remember Ray's was the dude who was talking with us before. Was kind of like a secret agent dude, giving us some inside info on some of the goings-on around here. That was supposed to get you. It is getting you. Okay. Is he actually assisting us in this fight? I hope he is, 'cause that's kind of cool. You were not supposed to dodge like that when I was about to shoot you in the foot. You were supposed to take a bullet to the knee and never be an adventurer again.
Got them all.
No, we did not get them all. We absolutely did not. There's still a dude over here who is very much running away from us. Okay, let's take a second to officially activate this quest and see what the heck we are doing right now. Cause, yeah, hold on. A people divided? What was the deal? A string of violent murders plague Kadara Port. Reyes Vidal, which again is the guy who just showed up, who was kind of that insider, secret agent type dude, believes the Rokar are the culprits. Okay, that certainly explains why they're all Angara, and we're very much talking about how they hate humans and everyone who is not Angara. He has recruited you to investigate the murders and prove his theory correct. Go to the crime scene, scan all clues in the crime scene, meet Reyes at the Rokar hideout, defeat the Rokar. Okay, that at least seems to suggest... I don't really remember scanning all the clues at this crime scene or going to the crime scene. I'm hoping that there's a check next to that because we did legitimately do it and I'm just forgetting it. And not that it's, checking that off because we skipped that step and just went straight to the whole visit the Rokar hideout thing. But we accidentally visited the Rokar hideout. And we have apparently defeated the Rokar as well. Okay. It at least feels like hopefully we didn't miss a huge component there then. We did level up. It does seem like this is a pretty major quest. Reyes does seem like a pretty major side character. So I suppose that does check out there. Let's see. So, skill points. We were eyeing this. Remind me what the two options were. Begins regenerating shields immediately, eliminating any delay when a tech power is activated. Only functions once every 12 seconds. That is really good defensively, because basically, I assume, pretty sure, this is the case with Andromeda, much as it is for the original Mass Effect trilogy. There is a thing called shield gate, in most cases, where basically, if you have shields, any hits, no matter how much damage it's supposed to deal, at most, all it can do is eliminate all of your shields. It can't hit both your shields and deal enough damage to damage your health as well. It has to be a separate hit that damages your health. So basically, what that means is you can't get one shot when you have any amount of shields on. In the original trilogy, there are exceptions to that, grenades in particular, and some boss enemies with really powerful moves can sometimes do it as well. But for that reason, assuming that remains true in Andromeda, which I'm pretty sure it has, because that's why we oftentimes see that we get hit by something big and we lose all of our shields when we're still at full health, and that's not really a coincidence. That's because Shield Gate has activated. So basically what this does is, and what that means is in practice, once your shields go down, you are very vulnerable. But as long as you have a little bit of shields, you are significantly safer. So getting a little bit of shields back is important. And with this ability, if we can eliminate all shield regeneration delay, basically as soon as our shields go down, we immediately start regenerating our shields, that is really good defensively for that reason. It only functions once every 12 seconds, so there is a cooldown, otherwise we would be borderline unkillable, that's understandable. Usually if they checked, we did it. Okay, so I'm hoping we just forgot it then. And wouldn't let me move on it in most times. Okay, good. Because there was one occasion where it was a relatively minor side quest, but it was annoying because it was one in which we were exploring to check out, I think it was like supply crates on Eos. They were pretty well spread out, and so we were kind of just wandering around Eos, checking out a bunch of things, sometimes going after specific quests that we knew about, but more often than not just exploring large areas that we'd not yet been to and seeing what happens to pop up there. And we happened to pop into the location where the final encounter of that quest took place before we finished finding all of the supply crates that led up to that encounter. And for that reason, it said that we failed a subcomponent of that quest. We were on our way to the final supply crate when we accidentally ran into that encounter, and it was unskippable. So we were forced to skip a portion of the quest unwillingly, and then it said that we failed the part that we skipped even though we were on our way to doing it. So that felt bad. And ever since that happened, that has been a concern of mine that we might find ourselves accidentally doing something like that in the future where we, through no intention of our own, skip out a part of the quest. And, maybe we were asking for a little bit of trouble when we hopped into a structure that we didn't check to see if we had any other quests that were officially trying to send us there, but that one specifically does that. Okay, yeah, so I was kind of curious at the time if that was sort of a known thing that people who have played Andromeda before are cautious about, because, I mean, it was, yeah, totally random that it ended up happening, but I could see other people running into similar issues as well. But anyways, as for the shield regeneration, that does it sound intriguing for that reason. Improves all recharge rates for recharging powers by 50% though, when we use a tech power. That is also really nifty. Also has a cooldown of sorts for this ability as well, because otherwise that would be absurdly powerful. But basically, since we are more or less chaining Cloak to Flamer to Energy Drain is sort of our cycle, and then as soon as we get Cloak back, we're reactivating Cloak, then going back to Flamer, Energy Drain, rinse, repeat. You know, if we can do that, and get Cloak is usually the big, well, that's not necessarily, well, Cloak is usually the important one to get the recharge back on, because once we have Cloak, we will still have, even if we can't immediately go back into Flamer or immediately back into Energy Drain, we can wait it out a little bit while Cloak is active, since we're relatively safe. You know, we can reposition a little bit, get ourselves into Flamer range again, and then by the time we do that, usually at that point, we can once again do Flamer. Usually saving reloading will fix it. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So basically, this is good for chaining skills together more quickly. This is good for staying alive. If we didn't have Cloak, I feel like this would be far and away just so good defensively. Like, again, borderline unkillable. Technically speaking, on at least the original trilogy, there is a cooldown for the shield gates triggering, where basically you lose the shields, but you'll stay alive on full HP even if you get hit by a really high damage ability, or weapon, or what have you. And let's say in that situation you immediately do something to get your shields back. You don't technically have your shield gates back up yet. There's, depending on the difficulty, there's a little bit of a delay before you can once again have it such that if you take a lot of damage, you lose all your shields, but you remain on full health. Otherwise, you would truly have just a bunch of ways where you could be completely invincible. So that's the way of the game, making it a little bit fairer, if you will, by eliminating most instances of one-shots, while also not making you completely invulnerable if you just spam a bunch of shield restoring abilities. So for that reason, it's not absolutely perfect, but it is still really freaking good. At least it seems like it in this case. But this is too. I mean, these are both just amazing. Both just seem amazing to me. I feel like, though, in general, power recharge is something that we can scale more easily. There are more ways to make this happen. This feels like this is very hard to come by, in general. Like, we are not currently using tech-centric armor. I believe, certainly, we've seen the Angara armor gives us additional tech damage. I think it gives us duration? I don't remember if it gives us cooldown. Don't remember if it gives us cooldowns at all. But to a certain extent, once you do get a lot of recharge speed, there are pretty serious diminishing returns there. You know, what's the difference between having an ability on 5-second cooldown and 4-second cooldown? A little bit, but not a ton. Maybe we do go this route. They're both amazing. I really want both of them. I really want both of them. Oh, my other question with this was, Cloak usually does not allow shield regeneration while it's active. Is that still the case here? Or does this break the Cloak rule that you can't regenerate your shields while you have Cloak on? Because there was... Hold on. Where is it? Wasn't the other option for rank 6? Cloak no longer prevents health and shield regeneration. Exactly. So we have not taken this. So does that mean that even if we fully upgrade auxiliary systems to allow us to begin shield regeneration immediately when using a tech power, you know, what if that tech power is Cloak? Does that mean that we override that aspect of Cloak? We technically started as, what was it? Functionally, we're mostly an engineer, because we've invested the vast majority of our points in engineer, and I believe that is the profile we're using right now, yes. technically speaking, I believe we started with the class, yeah, that was Sentinel. But for the most part, we're an engineer. We're kind of planning to venture more into biotics soon. We have to a little bit, to a certain extent. Then we actually got kind of distracted a little bit and started spending some points in passive combat abilities. So, for the most part, engineer at the moment. And that is in large part by design, because if we're thinking about back when we were doing our Legendary Edition Trilogy playthrough, we did what? Sentinel, Mass Effect 1, Mass Effect 2, we did Vanguard, Mass Effect 3, we did Adept. So that means what? We have the Engineer, Infiltrator, and Soldier left. I'm not a huge fan of Soldier, generally speaking, because I think it's just not that interesting to treat Mass Effect entirely as a shooter, and not to say that there aren't also other active abilities, but they just feel a little less unique to Mass Effect compared to tech and biotic powers. So that one didn't rise to very high on my list for that reason. So it's mostly a question of, do you go Infiltrator or do you go Engineer? And basically, Tactical Cloak has been the absolute centerpiece, that plus Flamer, of our build. And so although we've invested almost all of our points in tech, making us, by that account, an Engineer, we still have a very, very Infiltrator-like feel to our build. I feel like this doesn't work with Cloak. For that reason, I'm going to do this. If it works with Cloak, this is probably still the right answer, but I don't know definitively, so I'm going to do this. Both are amazing. I wish we could do them both. They both look fantastic. Whereas 3 points, cannot afford anything. I think that's going to be the case with Jal as well. Yes, it is. Okay. Alright. So, I think we have a lot of stuff to examine here, and loot and what have you. Personal log. Okay, this is the person who was confronting us in the beginning there. Seemingly the leader of this group. Today I witness one of our own flirting with that disgusting blue bartender at port. Took all of my self-control not to slice him open until he stumbled outside the bar. And then you did, probably. Once we have enough recruits, the entire planet needs to be cleansed of alien scum and their sympathizers.
You were right. These logs prove they came here for recruits, then started killing the locals.
And now they're dead. Don't you love a happy ending?
Did we technically finish this quest? Because it did not give us any viability, at least not yet. Which seems odd, because this did seem like they were making a very big deal about it. I would think, if anything, this would be a quest that would give us a lot of viability, more than just the standard 2 you get from relatively minor side quests. Let's backtrack a little bit to where we came in from. Is Reyes still here? Disciple. Not great, but not sure if we had one yet. I feel like it would be good to chat with Reyes. Unless he bolted as soon as we killed everyone. Which he may have done. This was the way in. I mean, he doesn't appear to be here anymore. Alright, so he fully reached, unless, is he following us as well? Oh, he is following us. I mean, he's here. That's him. We can't talk with him. Alright, that's unfortunate. We, in that case, now that we've gone all the way back and made sure we didn't miss anything there, let's proceed forward. Check for more stuff. Ooh. In either of these directions, out of curiosity. Oh. Do we only officially finish the quest when we leave the base? That'd be kind of weird. Yeah, but it seems like that's the way out, so it's a lot over here, seemingly. This looks huge. Wait, is that the right direction? Yes, that is the right direction. Okay. there anything over in this direction, though? I mean, there's some lithium. Oh, that's it. Huge. Oh, what's his... Okay. It's an odd shape for a container, but sure, it's also not a particularly good container. Huh. Strange. Would have expected something more significant. Over here, kind of just feels like a big empty area. Soldier and a death on Andromeda specifically? I mean, I do like how you have, although you can only use 3 active abilities at once, the passive abilities will always be up. And so, you know, even if we are primarily focusing on being an engineer, tech-centric build, we can start to throw a fair bit of points into assault rifles, and then we're feeling a little bit more like we're getting the best of both worlds there. So we still have the benefits from that, even though we haven't, even though we don't have any active combat abilities right now. Huh? Wait, what? Oh, I thought that was... That's the way we came in, is also the way out. Okay. Never mind, I got disoriented. Okay. So yeah, 2 little side areas, neither of which have anything super significant. Some light loot. Read that data pad. Now we do head back. I'm hoping we debrief a little bit more with Race to get a better sense as to what the big picture is here.
The streets of Kadara are safe again. You did good, Ryder.
Did well.
Don't worry.
But also good, I suppose.
I'll let all the important people know who to thank.
Oh, I forgot. We can romance him. Yeah, no, you're not our person. But let's see. Yeah, I hope it makes a difference.
Maybe the exiles will see the initiative in a new light. Anything's possible. Admit it, some of that was fun.
I mean, it was mostly confusing. As I said previously.
Some of it. I knew it. You're all right. Don't be a stranger, Pathfinder.
Okay, yeah, that gave 5. 5% viability. That feels about right. As I said, it seemed like that was a more significant mission than some of the other ones where we just... Oh. Some of the other ones where it's kind of just go to one quick place, take down a few enemies, and you're done. This one theoretically had a little more back and forth, even if I didn't remember the back and forth part. Just the fact that it involved a relatively major NPC in the first place. Also, this guy was so loud we could hear him from inside the base. Oh, there's another one! Oh, hello! Where the heck did you come from? This might have been the one that we were hearing. Hold on. So this is what I mean. We didn't have our flamer cooldown back yet. So that was a situation where going for the extra cooldown speed might have helped, but at the same time, you know, we're cloaked, so we're relatively safe. Basically, just, you know, reposition a little bit, wait a second or two. All right, now we still have the cloak up, and we have Flamer back, we still get the damage bonus on the Flamer. So that's a way in which the Cloak gives us a little bit of flexibility with the cooldown on our other active skills. Oh, but we didn't. No, we did end up doing that one, though, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Right? Because I was saying how I was skeptical as to whether the shield restoration one was going to work, since Cloak doesn't allow you to restore shields, and I wasn't sure if it would overwrite that. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's my first time playing Andromeda. Sometimes you just gotta take some guesses at those things, some logical guesses. Okay, so that structure taken care of. Let's get this forward station. Let's activate this monolith, and then we might be good on Katara, or we might wanna, there's something where we need to check back in, yeah, with Dr. Nakamoto, so we should do that at the very least before we head out entirely. Then I'm thinking we head over to the Archon ship. Who is?
Cora, this talent you and PB have.
Biotics?
What does it feel like? Does it hurt?
When you really let loose, it's like a massive, deadly sneeze.
Amazing. What's a sneeze?
He doesn't know what sneezing is! Also, apparently, the Angara don't have biotics, which it does seem like they're much more biotically focused, but okay. Vetra. Vetra's the person we're romancing.
We should clear him out.
Oh, hello.
We've got targets!
Yeah, I'll be honest, I was not, Oh, okay, apparently sure, why not? We'll go after this guy as well. And apparently get experience from some other source, because we did not kill this guy yet. But, world's most overkill fire combo ever. So yeah, I was not super impressed with any of the romance options. It felt very much like PB was the one that the game was kind of trying to force on us. And it does very much seem like that's also the most popular choice. But, I don't know, I wasn't feeling it that much. I wasn't really feeling it with much of the other options either. So for the other Mass Effect games, for the most part, there's a lot more build-up before you start getting into the romance options. Before you're locking in a romance or anything like that, so you actually get to know someone, and you could get a better sense for, okay, do I think this person is cool? Before I decide if I want them to be my romance option. Whereas for Andromeda, it was like, first conversation I've ever had with this person, and I have an option to at least begin flirting with them. And that felt kind of like, it's too soon. I am not ready to make a commitment one way or the other, because I just do not know hardly anything about you at this stage. So it basically just felt like, for that reason, you had to make romance decisions based off of almost entirely first impressions. My first impression of Vetra was high. I thought she looked pretty cool when we first met her. She was walking around like she knew what was up. Then, as time went on and she actually joined our crew, it kind of felt like what felt unique about her suddenly didn't feel as unique, or she suddenly seemed to feel more like just a generic squad mate, more so after that. But again, didn't really have strong opinions on any of the romance options, so push came to shove, it felt like we needed to at least make a decision on the romance option, since we were getting the options in the dialogue popping up so often. So we used that as a tiebreaker, basically, or just some way to make a decision, was that first impression of Vetra. And since having done that, we've tried to avoid the romance options with other people. Sort of the logic we've taken. Okay, so this was the forward station we were looking for. We want this monolith. Might take a brief detour over to that plant just because it's not that far away. I mean, there's a forward station over here, so we could always travel back and get relatively close by to that spot relatively quickly, but at the same time, how much are we really going to be going out of our way to find the rocks and the plants? It kind of feels like, and there's so many of them you need to pick up, and they're so spread out that it's very much in your best interest to target them when you're close by. Are we going the right way? We don't really know what the best way up to that thing is. Yeah, because if...
And that implant amplifies your natural biotic potential?
Yep.
It must act on neuroelectrical impulses. But that seems risky. What sort of transistor does it use?
I don't know.
Mind if I just...
No!
It's a big bluish green, kind of like a cyan colored one. It's it's shaped almost like a sword of sorts. Yeah, these jaw dialogues though. Alright, I assume there are people here. I'm not seeing red dots. I'm not currently seeing enemies here? Which surprises me. Ooh, overshot. Oh, come on, Ryder. These things can be a little annoying sometimes to grab onto, but that was... Okay, now that time Cora just, I'm pretty sure body blocked us on each... Okay, Cora, really, you need to move.
Right away!
This is not that complicated. Shouldn't be that complicated to get up here. This side. Let's go the other side. That's the answer. Except there's nothing up here, so it didn't really matter in the first place. I don't think we can get up another level, but usually there is not anything on the other level. Okay, we are close to this plant, so we might as well, while we're over here, make a point.
Pathfinder, my sensors read an Andromeda plant sample nearby.
So here. Gotcha. Oh. Now we've gotcha. Tentative classification, whatever those words mean. Sword fern, stick grass, nutritional content, acceptable. Gathered and properly cooked, these plants would be a tasty source of vitamins and minerals. Say it's only acceptable, though. That description implies that it's much better than that. That looks like there'd certainly be something over there. We don't have any markers in this area, but it does seem to be a large clearing. So I guess you would have thought there'd be something else. I kind of don't want to go further away without the Nomad, otherwise we're going to have a much longer walk back, so at the very least, perhaps drive over there. Finish our detour after that. Oh. Sneaky. Where did we leave? There you are. The Nomad. Did it say anything about the taste of it as well? I mean, obviously that's pretty important too. Might be the most nutritious thing in the galaxy, but that doesn't mean anyone's gonna want to eat it.
It's hard when you're small, when biotics means what happens if you get angry at mom.
Our parents train our skills like they teach us to dress ourselves. You didn't have help? I feel sad for that child.
Things are still better than they were. Besides, who knows what human biotics will look like in another century or two.
I guess so. And this looks like another one of those just crashed ship spots, yet another one that does not have enemies at it, which not the first time that's happened to us. These scans are, I don't think, giving us any additional research intel. That we've already read about these things many times before. I assume they're the same names, so I'm just kind of glossing over them. But yeah, I thought that some of those things in the past had given us hints as to where the main location was going to be, but no signs there of any bigger quests. I am kind of curious. Looked like there's maybe something over in this corner. Let's also just casually run over all those things. Just check this corner real quick. So there's another one of these.
What now?
Perhaps Reyes has another job for you.
Huh? Huh? This is another one that is technically a quest that we just haven't been marking. Hasn't been giving us any updates, though. This is not the Kadara specific spot. It's probably more likely that we should be looking here. Anything that seems to match a description with roughly what we've been doing. Look for signs of Ket? No. Definitely not that. Travel to the nav point. I think that's a totally different spot. Monolith is a totally different thing. Done that. Just need to turn in the quest. An exile named Dirk hired you to search in on a missing surveyor who is collecting barite samples on Trawler. Travel to surveyor's last known location in Trawler. None of those things seem to match the description there. That last one perhaps came the closest. Unless it does fall into the additional task category, but this one is very broad. Yeah, this was the one... Wait, was this it? Yeah, this is the one where it said we failed part of it. Not that. I don't know if it's this. This is the one that I've been alluding to a bunch of times, where some of the encounters have given us quest items that would theoretically eventually lead us to Little Mouse. Although, was this specific to one of the planets? I guess maybe not, since it's in this additional tasks category, not in the categories for a specific planet. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing any quests that seem to be tied to this. So I do not know what to make of that. I thought that someone had told us to track down stuff like this, but the fact that that just said talk to Reyes. A little strange. Most of the tasks will have a little symbol and Sam will say something. Yeah, like there's no marker on our map for this. But it would seem awfully strange if this was just a coincidence that we happen to be scanning a bunch of these places that look super similar. So that does kind of feel like that's something where maybe talking to Reyes officially gives us a quest that we may have now functionally done all the hard stuff for. So it may end up being that once we do talk to Reyes, he's going to say, hey, I want you to do this thing. Oh, hey, we've already done that thing. All right, quest immediately completed. I think that has happened to us on one prior occasion.
What do you do for fun?
You've seen my plans.
I'm beginning to suspect that the Angaran word for fun doesn't translate well.
Ouch! Take that. What is that? A geyser over here? Smoke cloud? What's this? But I also don't want to drive straight into it in case it's gonna kill us, but it doesn't really seem to be much of anything. Okay, how do we... Oh, okay, the monolith is much further away. In this direction. So, although, I mean, it looks kind of like there could be something over here. I mean, obviously that's irreversible, because that is eventually where Kadara port supposedly is. It has about, maybe not quite 90 degrees, but pretty darn close to it. Don't think we'll be climbing up that anytime soon. Not gonna lie, I saw that little slightly lighter splotch there. Thought that might have been something, but... I mean, we have an interesting perspective. That is the spot we're looking for. Does seem like that over there is probably the right angle of approach. Is that stuff down below that we've not investigated? Definitely haven't been as far out as this. Oh, that's a boulder. I thought that was this one over here. Not the one that's right next to us. I thought the one over there is a building. It's like, have we been there yet? There might still be something there at the base of it. But, like, I don't think this is a cave.
Too bad your people don't have biotics. But that EM ability
It is a cave.
of yours?
Well, we all have it. It's useful, but not exciting.
You make art with it, fight with it, blow up electronics.
Well, when you put it that way, I suppose it has a beauty.
Alright. So... this might be the other side of this cave. It might go all the way through here. Alright. Let's try to remember to go to this place. I think we should get the monolith first, because this might just end up taking us way on the other side, in which case it's gonna just take us further and further away from the monolith. So I think you check off the monolith, and then you go through there. This looks like a good angle. Where exactly is the spot we're looking for, though? That was interesting. Boosting and switching from from performance mode to all-wheel drive mode mid-boost. Yeah, we might need to... I need to walk this one the remainder of the way. I'm also not totally clear on where exactly the spot that we do our Sudoku is. Come on, you can do it, Ryder. I believe in you. I believe in you. I may possibly no longer believe in you. There's got to be a better way to do this, but if it works, then it works, you know? If it works, it works. Okay, nope. Stay in this little alcove in between. Stay here. Look, everything is fine. Everything is fine. Lids, did you get the achievement for falling for a very long, jumping for a very long time after falling in a situation very similar to this before? Maybe. Maybe. Possibly. That's beside the point. Is it moderately terrifying every time that starts to happen? A little bit. Does this angle look slightly less steep? Maybe slightly less steep. Perfect. Now, did we actually need to come up here? I don't know. Remains to be seen. I think we just get up to the top here and try to get a better perspective. We can actually notice where the precise location we're looking for is. Oh. Look at this. Look at this. It's like they knew. It's like they knew someone someday would be absolutely crazy enough to try to get all the way up here. Well, that day is today, and we are that person. And this container is probably going to be terrible. That's actually not that bad. Sidewinder. It's a rare weapon. We've used one of these in the past. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible by any stretch of the imagination. It's not bad. And that pistol barrel is actually not bad at all. But you would probably like to use that, to tell you the truth. So that's cool. We've had certainly sometimes. Now, you know, am I going to proceed to try to climb onto every single summit we can possibly find? Maybe. But, wait, we got experience for that? Oh, man. What? I feel so seen right now. I feel so acknowledged. It's actually, I mean, I don't know if we've ever gotten experience from a loot crate like that before. So I feel like that one is acknowledging the fact that the game knows what it took to get up here. I still have not established where we're actually supposed to go to activate this thing. But so often we've found containers usually in more hidden places rather than just very arduous to get to places like this. Like usually they're hidden around corners or in, you know, below stuff that you might not, might not like look under a staircase or something like that. I still have not found the actual spot where we're supposed to. Let's actually check our map. Where exactly are you saying we're supposed to do this? Because it is not immediately obvious, and this cliff is steep enough that it is not easy to get back up here if we guess wrong. My guess is over there? On that side? Looks like it kind of goes down a little bit below. And there might be an area over there to do it, or unless that kind of looks like something. That is that the cave we were starting to, no, the cave we were seeing was kind of like over here on this side. That looked like it was probably going to connect with that. I think we go with that. I think we investigate this. That's my best guess. Because yeah, this was, the cave entrance was over there. So though this is a little bit off to the side, it's not all the way off to the side. Maybe we can still, like, does our, kind of looks like those lines that the scanner shows for the power. And this looks promising to me. It feels like this is trying to direct us toward the spot where we're trying to go. I could be wrong about that. Okay, no, it's definitely not there. Where the heck do we go? Off to this side, I feel like is pretty much the only potential answer we have left. Everything else is just big wall of black metal. Watch it be like there's just this huge welcome gate. Oh, this is where we were before. What the heck? This is me trying to melee this thing out of frustration, but the game is not allowing me to. Now I'm wondering, wait a second. Are you telling me it's actually over there? Are you telling me all this time this big, gigantic structure, a monolith, if you will, is not actually the monolith? Don't ever speak to me again. No, or is that the... Wait. That might be just pointing us toward the main quest. What the heck? What the heck? What is that pointing us toward? Hold on. We are, in theory, facing it. Well, just about. If the Nomad would actually turn. If the Nomad would not do exactly the opposite of the direction I'm trying to turn. It's pointing us for... I have no idea what that's trying to point us toward, because that is very much not where the monolith is supposedly located. Pointing us here, seemingly, at that theoretical Ket base, which is exactly the opposite direction that the monolith is in. So ignore that giant blue line. These things are supposed to point... These lines in the sky are supposed to point to the monoliths, and it's pointing straight at the structure. I'm wondering if maybe it's actually in the cave system? The place where we activate it? Just go down this thing. I feel like that's pretty much the only... let me check the cave system. Let me check the cave system first. A little bit. And then, yes. In general, my rule for backseating is this. When it comes to the general stuff that we're doing, please do not backseat. This is, of course, a blind playthrough. I have not played Andromeda before, so I would like to experience stuff for the first time.
Remnant. They're completely fried.
Bullet holes match weapons from the Milky Way, Pathfinder.
Okay, now this says scan monoliths, or span glyphs, 0 out of 4. Okay, yeah, so I think this is the spot. For a second, I thought this was... I saw Outlaw Monolith, and then I saw 0 out of 4 for a second. I was like, did we suddenly get a 4th monolith? But yeah, I think it's down here. But yes, I suppose it's worth reiterating nonetheless. I know there's probably relevant data here. Apparently not. No, you're just not letting me scan it? You did for a second, seemingly. Have that angle you're gonna let me scan on. But anyways, my general rule for backseating is... See, it's just active for a split second, and then it goes away. Where it lights up slightly brighter. Like that. There we go. Observers. Because that did, I at least heard it, give us intel. Well, we've seen them before. Damage beyond repair, though. Okay. So yeah, my rule for backseating is generally the answer is no. This is a blind playthrough, and so I very much prefer that we keep it that way. The one exception is if we are doing a quest where I cannot find the person or the location where we are supposed to go. In that case where... Oh. Because in that situation, I know what we're trying to do, I just can't find it. So it's not really a question of, like... You're not really spoiling anything. It's just you're making it logistically... Uh-oh, that's not good. Just making it logistically easier for us to do the thing that we are already trying to do. And to be fair, that's basically what the situation was for a second there. So that's why I was about to say, yes, you can. But I had one more theory as to how to solve it. And that theory proved to be correct, it seems. And now you are paying attention to me. Not like... Position a little bit. Go back to flaming. Back to detonating. Well, because that hurt a lot. Do that for a second. Like to not be directly in the line of fire. That didn't look like it was the flamer damage that did the trick. You were not on 0 HP when you exploded, which is a little bit odd. What's the one other enemy here, though? There you are.
Think that's it.
Okay, why are you forcing me to look in this direction? Is that where the monolith is? Or are you saying that more enemies are spawning over there? I think you're just saying the monolith is over there. Yeah, Korra, basically, we just used her as a distraction there. That is absolutely correct. And for the most part, that is more or less the ideal squad mate for us. He's someone that just gets the attention off us. We are basically the DPS. We are definitely not as tanky as some of our teammates. I believe they have higher HP and shields than we do. Our squad mates. But we, at the very least, can use our skills much more frequently. Is there any other stuff? Because our cooldowns are way better. And certainly, at least over the full duration of Flamer, we are out-damaging our squad mates considerably. Thus far, it's felt like the combos do not deal as much damage as they ought to. It feels like when I'm doing the combos, at least in the previous Mass Effect games, those typically dealt some pretty big chunks of damage. Hasn't really been the... At least hasn't really felt like the case in Andromeda thus far. And it makes a big explosion for the... I'm almost exclusively been doing fire explosions, occasionally tech explosions, but in either case, it's felt like the armor bars still go down much more quickly when we're just flaming enemies compared to when we are... Oh no. Compared to when we're doing the fire explosions? You know why I'm oh-knowing, don't you? 1 out of 4. 1 out of 4. Where are the other ones, you ask? That's the one we got, right? Oh? No? Okay, no, that's 2. Okay, maybe it's not as bad as I thought. I feared for the worst. Though some of those fears may still prove to become true. Because that does not look good. That looks pretty far away to me. Pretty sure one of these is outside. I mean, Flamer is just... I mean, when we're playing Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, it is definitely my favorite skill. It's a lot of fun. Oh, okay, no, maybe it's just over here. Okay, no, that's fine. Thought we were gonna have to...
I think that's enough. ...climb back up the mountain again. Which I was not emotionally ready to do. So yeah, as soon as I saw that Flamer was also an ability in Andromeda, I was like, okay, we're building an entire character around this. And the idea of having someone who can be invisible with a tactical cloak and using a flamethrower simultaneously was just too good of an opportunity to pass up on. That did it.
No Sudoku! That's weird.
Okay, let's get to the vault and fix Kadara's water.
Okay, so that certainly, if not implied, outright strongly implied that the way to correct Kadara's water is through the vault. We had some question as to whether that'd be the case, because in the past, the vault has mostly been doing things like fixing planets' temperatures and atmospheres, not so much with other more direct natural resources. So for a minute there, I was thinking that those are going to be two separate things. Activate the vault and find a way to fix the water on Kadara, which felt like in that case it was going to mean Kadara had a lot more requirements before building an outpost than other planets would, so I guess in that way, be a little bit odd, but still. I hear gunfire. In this place, they did not previously have gunfire. I also did get distracted. Pariah? Have we heard that name before? Berserker. Like, look at that. Sure, fire combo, big explosion. The amount of damage it dealt was not that big. We're dealing more damage from Flamer.
Whoa, heads up!
Oh! I was not originally sure what Ryder was referring to when he said that. Now I know. Unfortunately, it's, I don't know how to put this lightly. It's just standing there. There are also enemies up there that also appear to be just standing there. But yeah, so I am a big fan of Flamer.
one of the other nice things about it in Andromeda when combining it with the cloak is, yes, the cloak gives it, it's ridiculous. The combination of, yeah, we can't really do that. Do that though. The combination, yeah, this is the real test. Can we do this? Hello, friend. It's like the AoE of the fire combo is, and the stagger is more significant than the actual damage, which feels weird. It really feels like it should be the damage, or at least being better damage. The cool thing about Flamer plus Cloak, not only is it ridiculous, which was one of the main reasons why I did it initially, in addition to just loving Flamer. The Cloak obviously gives us a damage buff, which is really nice. But it also allows us to more safely get into Flamer range, which is usually one of the biggest weaknesses of Flamers, that it deals a lot of damage, but there is considerable risk getting up close enough to deal a lot of damage to people. So having a way to more safely do that is really nice. Let's see. New entry. Robot things cleared out. Working on salvage now, but the metal's tough to crack. We need to work quickly before the collective or outcasts show up and reap its spoils for our hard work. Do we know who this Devon is? And if you're not collective nor you outcast, what are you? Combat. Recharge speed specifically, unfortunately. Okay. So we've gotten all the monoliths. We've not done the vault. Where is the vault? And was this the cave in question? We just went through. It was, wasn't it? Right? Cave we went through to get the monolith stuff, so we've done this stuff on both sides. We've done the structure. We've obviously done this. Done a bunch of stuff here. Where is the vault? Let's zoom out. Do we even know yet? Do we? Hold on. Oh, that. Over there. The vault entrance. Do have a forward station over there. I mean, the vault, I'm assuming, is going to be a relatively big, relatively major commitment. We've seen the one in Vold specifically. I absolutely hated at least one of the rooms there, where it was obnoxious how we had, what was it? It was an area where there was a level 2 hazard, I think? Level 2 hazard, and you only were safe in these tiny little areas that you had to manually activate, and you had to manually deactivate those areas in order to create a bridge to go through. But you only had a limited amount of time to figure out which ones to activate, and there were like 6 or 7 or 8 of them, because when you're messing around with them, you're not standing in one of those safe zones. So it was functionally a timed puzzle with a very short time limit, and it was just extremely unpleasant. I hated it. So I just really do not want that to happen here again, which is one of the reasons why I'm not loving the prospect of immediately jumping in here. The other is, again, we kind of just happened to end up on Kadara. I was not originally planning to go to Kadara here. Right now, I was planning to go to Archon's ship. So, you know, we're kind of doing some extra side quests here just to make something out of this visit. Obviously, doing the vault right now would absolutely make this a much more significant visit. Know exactly what part I'm talking about? Okay, so I'm glad to hear it's not just me who thinks that. Alright, maybe we give this a shot, though. I was thinking that would probably be a little more than I was originally planning to do while we were here, but maybe.
Satellites and destroyed the search vessel.
What are the odds they'll surrender peacefully?
Less than 1%.
Huh? Alright, once again, with all these, hey, here's a conversation that really feels like you're just jumping into partway through. It's gonna fade in, So, even if you aren't jumping in partway through, you're probably not hearing the first word or two. And you have no context, so I have no idea what they were just talking about. No idea what they were just talking about. We didn't really know where the vault was before. Oh, we did see this, though. This did look odd. Oh. Also, there's Naughty right in front of us, apparently. Which might have been contributing toward those sound effects. Oh, there's also another... There's also you. Guys, can you just leave us alone? Just trying to do some vault stuff here. Didn't really ask for you guys to be interfering like this. I suppose, though, the case for doing the vault right now, even if we weren't really thinking we were going to do this much on Kadara in this visit, is that... I do remember there being one of you. Multiple of you here in the past. Okay, I mean, that guy's gonna have to go down. So he's standing right in front of where we need to go. I guess we might as well take you on as well. He's just chilling, though. He's just vibing. For what it's worth, I did not take the first shot there. That was not me. That was one of our friends. And the other one has taken notes. And it brought an Naughty friend as well. Okay, so we can cloak a little preemptively out while we're waiting to get the last few seconds of our flamer recharge back. You are going to do that. Jaw just did a little victory shot straight up into the air as soon as the last enemy was dead. If I remember correctly, when we were driving through here previously, those guys respawned very quickly. We might want to rush this a bit. What were we saying? Oh, we've seen in some other places, like EOS in particular, that even after activating the vault, it does take a little bit of time before it fully takes effect. You know, we'll get like some immediate short-term effects that are positive, yes, but only after doing a few more missions did it actually take full effect. So that is maybe it's very dark over here. That's maybe one of the stronger cases, or at least one of the cases, for doing the vault here a little bit early in case it does not fully activate immediately. But this is, of course, going to be a fairly major undertaking in that case. Okay. And, you know, didn't really plan our squad or anything like that in anticipation of this, but, you know, we'll make do. Just casually folded into... Alright, animations. I do like this animation a lot. Oh, no. No. Does that mean this is also going to have hazards down here? Please tell me no.
Okay, Remnant Vault. Let's get this place up and running.
The fact that said safe zone implies that there are not safe zones. As in, there are hazards. We shall see. Scan you? No? Okay. I think in general, the Remnant research is the hardest to come by, and these can be good places to pick some of it up. Sometimes not even the things that you actively press the scan button on, but just by glancing over them can give you some research. Okay, is this gonna make...
Well, we turn the power on.
This is getting a lot more complicated?
The console to activate the purification field, Pathfinder.
We did just activate a console. I take it you're talking about a different console. So those don't look friendly. This seems like it's perhaps the opposite of what I was thinking, in that we're safe out here, but in there is a hazard. Wait, moving the, hold on. Basically, I'm guessing as soon as we step into one of those spheres, we're gonna start taking, or start losing life support. I don't know if it's like, you know, perfectly timed such that you just go in, immediately deactivate it, and you'll have enough time to finish it and then immediately dash out and you'll be fine. Or if it's, no, you take one step in here and you're immediately dead type of thing. I think we just skip the Sudoku in this one. Okay, we're gonna, I saved so that we can test this. I think we're gonna die very quickly as soon as we do this, though.
Several interface connections converge here. I will highlight the ones you need.
Ah.
That console will activate the Vault Pathfinder. You'll first need to start the reactor and initiate the purification field.
What? Okay, but what is the reactor? Like, okay, there's stuff that goes... I mean, do I not just go over to all these things and activate? Oh, wait. Huh? No. Do I not just walk into all these and activate them? I mean, that's what I'm gonna do. I saved. Okay. We're fine. Okay. Yeah, so it just deals a little bit of damage to your shield when you first step in. Otherwise, you're fine. I assume we do ultimately still need to get all these. The visual effect is kind of funny. A little, way in which we're kind of sort of getting staggered, but not enough to actually interrupt us from doing our thing.
Okay, we should be able to get to the purification console.
But surely we are going to run into enemies very soon, because I do see them on our map. It's been a while since we've encountered some remnant dudes. Granted, that did not go terribly well. I'm not even sure if that hit. I mean, Flamer does less damage to machines in general. Yes, I almost walked into that. By almost walked into that, I mean that I did not even know that existed and was going to walk into that. Oh, right. Hold on. That's in range, right? Oh. Okay, generally in that direction. Again, I think it pays to be thorough, or at least try to be, in this instance, because this is probably going to be our only time down here, right? What are those? Okay. Wouldn't be a vault if there wasn't some platforming involved. Easy job. Jalt, please stop walking directly in front of us.
I gotta admit, this is kind of exciting.
Okay, something's gonna happen as soon as we step onto this, right? Surely. This looks way too ominous. If that to not be the case, we are gonna want to activate that, of course. Okay, Cora, same deal with you as we were just saying with Jal. Enemies. Up. There, but we may be fine for the time being, actually. Famous last words.
This may affect your escape from the purification field.
Okay, the way that that is moving and changing the lights keeps on making me think that there's an enemy coming right at us. Okay, you say that may change our escape route. Positively or negatively? Okay. Because it seems like that was a raised platform, now it's a lowered platform. This seems like maybe it's sort of a bonus type of thing. Kind of like what we saw on the Vold vault, which I think is in part what made that frustrating, that part that we were alluding to before, is that apparently, remember where that came from? I definitely hear them. Apparently there were multiple sections, you know, some bonus loops and what have you, that by solving some additional puzzles, if you will, if you want to call them that, you could get some additional rewards. But they were a pain in the butt to get. Cryo condenser? Oh, it's a mod. Cryo freeze ammo duration on jump, melee. Yeah, cryo stuff across the board. Okay. But it was a real pain to get that stuff activated. So we did a tiny bit of, or some of it, I don't really know how. I will admit, I did not know that was a bridge. A little alarmed when that started happening. So we didn't really do much of that, but it seems like, you know, if it's basically just press a button to do it in this case, and then press a different button to deactivate it and go a different route, then maybe that's a little more straightforward this time. We should probably scan that thing, because that gives us a lot of remnant research. So yeah, what I'm getting at is, whoa, I fell in the death spot. I felt we are very dead now. I'm pretty sure that we are very dead now. We are not very dead now. We are somehow not very dead now. Well, so that's how not to do that, in case you were wondering. What I was going to say is maybe now we lower that so we can walk across that way, check out what's going on over there, and get the best of both worlds. Because it seems like that's just, although something that we were able to unfold, as we were saying before, just comparatively speaking, way more of a pain to make it happen there. And the other raised platform made it possible to go up there, which, and that actually seems like that's, I think this is the main direction, because that's where the electrical grid is directing us. So I think we finish on this, we actually reactivate the raised platform, go up there, see what's over here, because I think this is technically a side area, quote unquote, if you will. And then we drop it back down and go through the middle like this. If we can make that jump. Which I'm hoping that we can. So you do this, that raises again. Is that even possible, though? Can we make a jump like that? Maybe from up there? That's a platform that exists now that I don't think existed when we had the, oh right, this is the bridge, yeah. No, you cross the bridge now, exactly. Cross the bridge now, that is probably the only way over to this section then. Is there anything of note over here? Or is this just...
Remtech.
Oh?
Bet we can grab it on the way back.
On the way back?
Add this map to your interface, Pathfinder.
What? What? Why on the way back? Why would we not pick it up right now? This? Okay.
Watch out, remnants!
Just feel like that's making things unnecessarily more difficult.
Remnant. We can lay low or take them on.
I mean, our cloak is about to expire, so I'm gonna wait for it to expire, then reactivate it, and then I'm gonna take them on. This looks like this might be the... the main spot right here. I thought this was a quote-unquote side area, but perhaps I was wrong. Oh, that's a turret. Probably means we want to prioritize getting rid of that. Pretty sure these things are pretty nasty. Yeah, remnant console, I mean, I don't know definitively. Oh, that's not good. That's not great. Oh, it's almost very unfortunate timing. Yeah, is this actually the main area? Because it might be. I was not originally under that impression, but I'm now starting to think that might be the case. All this just trying to figure out, like, classic RPG stuff, right? Like, okay, what is the main way? What's the way I'm supposed to go? Go the other way.
I'll take you apart.
So that we can get all the extra bonus stuff. Because, like, there's a console here. It kind of seemed like it might have been the console of sorts. This looks like the main room. Hold on. With this map. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know, man. Let's not rush to conclusions if we don't have to, I suppose. I mean, it does seem like everything is pointing right there. Which might have been the console that we were eyeing previously. Surely there's some loot in this corner, though. There's not loot in that corner. This definitely feels like a door that will open on a later occasion, especially because there is the sign of a door that we cannot currently open. Hold on. This presumably would open such a door, because everything is pointing here. So that to me suggests this is the main spot, and everything else is side bonus content? Maybe? Maybe we need to activate all this stuff to open and escape preemptively? I don't know. Oh. What's that? Hold on. Try not to fall into the deadly lava stuff. That is actually, what, like liquid metal? Okay, not bad. This was something to scan. No, yes, there absolutely is. Maybe we are about to do some Sudoku by the looks of things. Okay, I don't know if the lava, water, molten metal stuff is there, but if we do this, we will probably be safe. That may be the reason why there are a bunch of things pointing here. Shield charger, you say? Have we seen one of those before? Burst power to bolster the user's shields with appropriate commands. It could also overload and damage enemy shields. Okay. I think this is the last spot. But we just need to follow these things to get the additional glyphs? I don't know. I don't know, man. We're just gonna look around. We're just gonna look around at the various locations, the various corners, see what we find. Maybe we deliberately hold back on this particular device because we theorize that something might happen when we activate it, and we'd like to do other things before initiating that. I mean, that's definitely a direction in which we can attempt to go. I mean, all these things look like that. Now you're having me. Oh, well, I mean, this is obviously the container to end all containers. And this is not the main spot in that case. So the main spot would have, like, the big, like, a much bigger one of these things, right? Where was that device in that case? Where was that console that we were saying we were gonna hold back on, but now I'm changing my mind. Where are you? Oh, well, scan and everything should lead to it, right? Eh? Did I make it up? There just wasn't a console here? There absolutely was a console here, was there not? I'm not making that up, am I? Can we maybe just get like a big light down here? Just make it a little more visible. More readily distinguish between what is just a little shield-like thing popping up and what is actually a full-fledged console. Because at the moment it looks like we've done everything here. But I thought that was not the case. In the back? Again, all these side areas, these little sections up here, mixed up as well. Didn't think it was on one of these. There was one of these that we activated already. I think we just skedaddle. This section, at least. We might end up coming back here later on. I don't know. I mean, at least in this case. So here's the difference between this vault and the previous vault that we did on Volt. Difference is, this time we don't have a hazard that is putting us on a time limit to figure out what the heck is happening here. And having to potentially cut ourselves off significantly short because we can't figure things out without dying. Well, I found the console. Oh, okay. It was not the console, but apparently it attracted remnant attention? Or did he just say that because it's the same shieldy business that we saw before? I'm gonna, just in case, do that. Huh? Huh? Now I'm very confused. Have we been using the hurricane this entire time? Not the sandstorm when I thought I'd been using the sandstorm that entire time? Hold on a second. I mean, that's the hurricane for sure. But that is not the way that it seemed to be firing previously. Alright, I have no idea what's going on here. Thought those were maybe going to give us devices like we saw previously to deactivate within the circles, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Did it open up some of the side areas that were previously blocked? Was it just me, or did this not look like this before? You now magically open because we activated another device. Yes, you are openable. And you're telling us about a remnant that is way over there. Alright, I mean... yeah, it might have been a way to deal with the turret. Once again, I'm not entirely sure what to make of this. I mean, obviously, that's something important. Is that the enemy that's showing up on our map? Right? No, but that is. No, but that is. Oh, that's the huge enemy that we've only seen once before. They can break cover. It killed us in one of the previous vaults. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. We don't want to be here. It killed us in one of the previous vaults. Okay, guys, don't stand right in front of us, please. Wow, this thing has a lot of HP. Maybe get rid of some of the other stuff. Oh, you guys have the shields. Okay, hold on. Got rid of some of the littler guys. Might make this a little more straightforward. I think when we fought one of these guys before, it was mostly fighting us 1v1, or at least, that's not really the case, but we got rid of the other guys fairly quickly. That's a shield, isn't it? Yeah, we don't have great intel on how these guys work. I assume that hurts us significantly if we're inside it when it blows up. That much I feel like it's a pretty safe bet. It also just means it's kind of very small window of time in which to deal damage to you. But now that you don't have shields anymore, it means you should be dealing way more damage. You can actually use fire combos, because fire combos, at least Flamer, cannot prime when your shields are up. Not that shield, but like the defensive layer shield. Okay. Think we're making it work. It's just slow and steady. Oh, did you get it? You did. Thank you, Cora, for giving us a shield boost immediately after killing the last enemy. Ooh, okay, okay. So, don't really know what this is, besides the fact that it's a shield charger. Does that mean that we could have gone in there and been safe from it? I mean, we just took cover instead and we were fine. But
turret nearby, Pathfinder.
Now there's a turret. Now there's a turret. Cora casually walking right up next to the turret. Bold strategy, Cotton. I'm amazed that that worked. Ow. 1,320 XP from that? Wow. Okay. That was a lot. That's like by far the most I remember ever seeing from a single enemy. Okay, we did have a console over here that I was assuming was going to deactivate this shield, and I don't know if we actually needed it or not, but I mean, let's at least see what the deal is, right? Goes from a red shield to a blue shield. Is that basically like a... Previously, you could not safely go in here. Now you can. So now it's actually a protectee shield, whereas before it was a trap. So this seems like it may have just been a side area for getting more XP. I mean, Ryder said this looks valuable. Okay, we should climb up this. That's what we should do. What does this one do? It's Sudoku. Okay, let's see. Hold the phone. Don't have a lot of preemptive hints here. So this might be a little bit trickier. I don't know. I don't know enough about Sudoku to know. But let's see. I had to keep soloing these because they kept destroying the team. I could absolutely see. I'm surprised that our squad mates were able to live as long as they did there. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That should work. Which means the only one left in this row would be that. Which means you would have to be... You'd have to be this. And that doesn't work. Okay, so you need to be that. You need to be this, right? Because then the square works. You still work. Okay, I think that's how we get ourselves started, and that should help us get a little bit of a breakthrough here, because then that means you would go here. That means you would go here. Means the only thing left in this row would be you. That should fit. You would go here. That also looks like it fits. That means that would be here. That means this would be here. Does that fit? Do we have one of you in this? Wait, we have more symbols than... We have more than 4 symbols? We have 5 symbols? Did I only realize this for the first time right now? Has that always been the case? Because we don't have one of you in this group. Oh, alright. I mean, that works. Right? Yep. Then... Oh no, that does not work, obviously. That does. I think we have it. Oh, we do not have it. Oopsie daisy. I admittedly decided not to double check. Admittedly, I rushed a little bit and chose not to double check. What the heck was that? We killed an enemy and another enemy immediately spawned directly where we killed the original enemy. I feel like we've not seen that before. Although that did level us up. So even if we technically were not supposed to do this, I feel like we were actually rewarded significantly. We're getting a lot of experience from this, for what it's worth. Oh, there's... Wait, what? Do we have to activate more consoles to deactivate them? I thought that... What the heck? Never seen that before. Ow. Do we have to deactivate something to prevent them from continuing to respawn? Okay, so that happened. That's what I get for just assuming that my answer was right without double checking it all. So, admittedly, yes, I did ask for that. But we did level up, so at the same time, I do feel like it was worth it. There are only 4 symbols? Okay, then I officially just can't count. And now at this point, I feel like I think we thought this was the case before, but we're mistaken, because we still had a couple of points to spend in auxiliary systems, but I think for now, we truly don't have anything that is urgent on the tech side of things. Could potentially replace energy drain with overload if we want to. We've talked about this a fair bit. Probably more offensively oriented, definitely more defensively oriented in this case. It's not urgent by any means. Which is in large part why we decided to start looking into these guys. Weapon loadout side, weight capacity. Oh, right, we were talking about this before, how we weren't sure. There are some situations in which one of these might be better than the other, and we don't really know, because we haven't made a definitive choice yet as to what weapons we want to use going forward. Like, this would be useful for Hurricane, for example. Having the extra clip size and spare ammo, because Hurricane eats through ammo like crazy, and I do like the Hurricane. We do currently use it. It's something that I think would be an interesting one to build around in the future. This was a similar story here, right? Reload speed versus clip size. This is maybe... Well... I was gonna say this is maybe not as big of a difference. I mean, both of them are useful, yes. In some situations, one more so than the other, depending on the weapon again, but... I'm thinking of, in particular, the charge-up weapons. You're away from... I did, in fact, fail Sudoku. I thought I had it, and then I rushed and assumed that it was right and didn't double-check. I was wrong. A bunch of enemies spawned, but we leveled up because we fought extra enemies. So, we failed successfully. And then the other weapons we just haven't been using. I mean, pistols we're probably going to be using going forward. At least as a secondary. So there's something to be said for starting to throw points in here, since we don't necessarily know what direction we want to go in for the next assault rifle stuff. We don't even have to make any choices here. So yeah, let's do that. Otherwise, we could also start to throw more points into biotics, which, as I said, is something we thought we'd like to invest in fairly soon as well. Right, you guys couldn't really do anything last time, right? Because you didn't have enough points left, but now you could basically just do Nova. Damage radius, damage and force. What is the radius right now? Starts 4 meters, goes up to 5 meters. Oh, that'd be pretty big at that point then. Damage and force, 263. It's not that high, to be honest. I feel like the value of Nova might more so come from the utility of staggering, and therefore radius might be more helpful. Then again, at this point, can't really say definitively. how smart Korra is going to be with her charges and novas. For the most part, I think the answer is not very smart from what we've seen thus far. In which case, you know, is she really gonna make the most out of that extra radius? Maybe we just go the simple route and say, you know, 1 or maybe 2 enemies, if we're lucky, that you're gonna hit with it. Just make sure you get the extra damage on those. Maybe we do that. That's probably the safer option. Or at least the option that Korra is more likely to benefit from. A player character, different story. Player character could be much more mindful of when and where they're using their abilities like that. Jal inflicts additional damage over time to his target. 26 damage per second, which is low. Over the course of 5 seconds, it's like 125-ish in total, which is something. It's obviously still nowhere near as much as the upfront damage. Otherwise, it is recharge speed. Cooldown time on these abilities for squad mates is so long, I think recharge speed is pretty darn valuable. Because that has taken a lot of time off this. Granted, once again, player character can be very mindful of when and where you use this ability, because it does mean that you are teleporting right next to a potentially powerful enemy. And if you're not careful, that's going to get you killed. Player character can be cautious for that reason. Jal, on the other hand, has definitely got himself killed on many occasions for that very reason. So, I mean, we obviously gave him the ability, but on the other hand, so it'd be nice for him to use the ability until he uses the ability and gets himself killed in the process. So, I think we just pretty much have to do this and rely on Jal to, or trust Jal to not be a complete buffoon with it, but as I said, we have absolutely seen that happen in the past. Alright. Will I fail the Sudoku? Oh, hold on. Other side. Apparently I can't count. So that probably made things worse. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, blank. Okay, there are 4. That is probably what was the ultimate cause of our failure there last time. Oh, there are 5 options. That seems strange. Wonder why that hasn't happened before. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That does work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That does. That does. Okay, so this time, we're gonna double check our work. It's feeling a little too overconfident last time, I suppose. That means last one would be... have to be you. That doesn't work. That means... ooh, that has to be you. That has to be... you. That has to be you. This has to be... you. 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 Okay, double check. Any repeats? Vertically? No. 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 Horizontally? No. 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 In the boxes? No. 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 I think we're good. We are actually good.
Got it.
That gave us skill points. All right. So this was just the super skill points area, apparently. All right, I'm pretty sure we used exactly how many skill points we had on Ryder, right? So we have precisely 2 remaining. I'm not really sure we're gonna be able to get much use out of here unless we throw, like... Annihilation was the one where... yeah... I think we're just saving those 2 for us. And it only goes for us, not for squad mates. Okay, well, it's 2 skill points that we will save for a later occasion. In that case... not a bad little bonus, especially because we did end up eventually getting an extra level out of it. Surprising amount of experience. So that is actually, I mean, we got a lot of experience from failing that once. But if you fail that multiple times, can you get that same chunk of experience multiple times? Because we've talked about that before for other like random encounters in the past. For the most part, those have been small chunks of experience. So although I've kind of said it in jest that those could be infinite sources of experience, I've kind of assumed that they, I mean, although you would have to be really patient to do those. You have to be really patient to do those, and you know, probably make a pretty strong case that it's not worth the effort.
Looks like there's a trick to this interface. Let's figure it out.
Uh-oh. Oh, I see the little signs over there. But, yeah, but if those ones continue to give you experience, even if you continue to re-trigger them, then that feels like that could be a much faster way to get an infinite, or much more efficient way to get infinite experience and level up really quickly. So you could do that deliberately, perhaps. Okay, so these are the symbols that keep showing up. So you have that one, you have that one. Let's count them. 3 on this side. Okay, I think I see 3 on this side as well. Are they the same type of symbols? We have to like match them up, basically. Uh-oh. 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 Okay. Moderately terrified. Okay, wait, the E one. That one's easy to figure out. E. No, they're different. Okay, we don't have an E on both sides. So how do we know? Oh, like that. So it's oh, okay, well, as long as we can check in between each time. So first one is the one that kind of looks like A. Should be this. What? Okay, I think that was right, although sound effect made me think it was wrong. I feel like they would decrease as you... I mean, it could just be that it gives you experience the first time and then it doesn't give you experience on any subsequent times. I feel like for balance purposes, that's what you would have to do. Or, yeah, you just reduce the amount. But even if you reduce the amount, you can still continue to get some out of it. Still feels like that's very exploitable. Okay, wait, which one is it again? Is that... It's not you. It's not you, although it kind of looks like that. It's that? It might be that. Yes. Pretty sure. It's just, some of them look just similar enough that especially when they're blinking in and out like that, it makes it kind of tough. So then this one is the one that looks kind of similar, right? It's not that. It was... I believe this. So I'd like that we can go back and double check. Again, difference between this and the Vold one, which are the precise way in which we're doing the puzzles is obviously different. But the key difference, but at the end of the day, it's still a puzzle. The key difference, though, is that this one, we can take our time, we can go back and forth, we can check. We aren't on a timer. We aren't on a timer because we have a hazard, you know, draining our life support. Also, now I've lost track of how many we've done. We've done 1. Fortunately, you can see the red to verify how many we've done. Okay, we've done 2. So it's the third one we're looking for. It's... Wait, no, is it? It should be this. But again, or I assume that once again, if we were to fail this, that we would have enemies pop up and they'd probably give us experience. So you could make a case that we actually ought to do that. This one? No, see, like this. This is devious. Basically, this faces the L direction. This one is a reverse L. They look very similar, though. Should be this. Okay. Now it's the E, which is... Which one? The one that I haven't checked? This one? So now I don't even think we could fail even if we wanted to. So if we wanted to test that theory, or at least see if we get a big chunk of experience, then That time has come and gone, I'm afraid. I mean, it's one thing if it's like 50 experience, 100 experience. The thing is, the previous one gave us over 1,000 experience. It's pretty freaking huge.
Nice. What do we get?
A big enemy. Probably not going straight into good stuff, I guess. Oh. Oh, hold on. Wait a second.
This contains valuable data, Pathfinder. You may want to scan it.
What? Yeah, you don't have to tell me that, Sam. Step ahead of you there, buddy. However... Oh, this! Okay, I thought this was gonna be one of those things that sends us to a different part of the vault. I was like, I am surprised. I thought this was a side area. Why is this taking us even further in?
KB will be glad to know you have found another of these devices.
Oh. Okay. Okay, then. Well, that does make me wonder, then, if perhaps we missed the one in Vold. I was kind of hoping in Vold that it was just going to be some kind of, like, you know, totally optional bonus research or credits, crafting materials, what have you, and not something that's actually tied to a quest. If it's tied to a quest, then it, you know, feels like there's more at stake there. So I hope we didn't miss something for a quest, but alas, we may have. I don't even know if it's possible to go back into the vault on Vold, but hopefully didn't miss out on something as big as that. Okay, so that seems like we've done everything around here. So this was a side area of the vault. Turned out to be a pretty big side area of the vault. So much so that we questioned if it was actually the main area of the vault. How do we get back? It is in this direction. Yes, those are enemies. Okay. Just double checking with all the shiny stuff. Okay, so I think it was back this way. That's where we get the console, but we should cross the bridge to get there. I don't even know if we can. No, we should not. We definitely cannot make that. Definitely cannot make that jump. We should go back. Try not to fall in this time. Okay. Whew. I pressed the jump button and Ryder did not immediately jump, and so I thought for a second we were going to unintentionally fall into the molten metal again. Whoa. The way that y'all hopped up there the moment I activated that made me think that it was an enemy encounter that activates right when you click on that. Which is why I instinctively turned on our cloak as soon as he did that. Okay, so now we go this way. That was not the... Ooh, that was closer than it should have been. Right, so that... Don't really know what the deal is there. Supposedly on our way out, we can do something with it, but that was... Okay, and we do see this is supposedly going to be the main area, I suppose. We should probably see if we can check this out, where there's some enemies, maybe some other stuff. But yeah, that, I feel like, because we know we're going to be on a rush on our way out. The place is going to be falling apart all around us. So not really sure to what extent we can make a point of doing that. Might end up being rather tricky. Especially because at the moment, if we were to activate this, and we want to go back up there, as things currently stand, that would mean activate vault, run back this way, activate console, run toward the direction where the vault is collapsing from, I assume, in order to pick this thing up, and basically it just means we're probably on a very limited timer to do that. Those jumps. A little too close for comfort. There are enemies here. Hello.
The way across is console activated.
Goodbye. So like compare the experience we got from the accidental encounter, which was again over 1,000, to that which was 1,000 or 150. Order of magnitude difference. Although this gave us some pretty nice stuff. And power booster. Ah yes, when the clip is full, really nice power damage. We're on low health. We put it on armor. Power, status effect, duration. Okay. Just quick little check. Okay, let's do it. Alright, what that connected this. Those are the two things that rose up. Huh. Is that now something we might be able to do? That spot we were just saying we were concerned about having to double back toward. Maybe something over here can actually unlock it now before we activate the vault. Because basically, I just don't want to, once the vault has been activated, have to rush through and circle back there, because that feels like that's really asking for trouble. So if it actually, when Ryder said we can go back to do it later, what he actually meant is that there are other setup things that we need to do before activating the vaults, and it doesn't actually require activating the vault to do that, and that would be preferable for sure, but we cannot go through here. Can we do that? Also, Jaw, where the heck did you just go? And what are these things in the wall? I don't know. Let's see. Oh. Yoink. What is the... We have to make that jump, don't we? Can we make that jump? I hope we can. Oh, I accidentally did not press the boost button, and yet we still made the jump. So yes, we absolutely could make the jump. We didn't even need the boost. Don't worry about it. Okay, so we've now connected this spot. Is this the spot where the icon is? Okay. I think what this functionally does is it's just a way to more efficiently allow us to, after activating the vaults, hit this place on our way out, so we don't have to go through here, activate this, double back, because that, as I said, feels like that's going to be an issue. Okay. So I think that means we're just moving in for the vault activation itself at this point. Which is, yes, in the direction we are currently pointed. Roughly. That thing. Okay. We could go down there, but I think at this point we can just do this. Leave that activated. So yeah, basically that was a proactive way to facilitate traversal once we activate the vault, so we can still get back to the bonus area of some variety that I still don't know what it's going to do. Because we will be in a hurry once we activate the vault. Unless this also does something to unlock those doors that we saw before that were previously locked. Now I feel like we need to double back again. And some of these things really sound like enemies. Can we still even make... Oh. Yeah, why did we do that? Maybe that opened up the pathway to the vault itself, because that just looks like it made it impossible for us to go anywhere. Okay. So I'm assuming that was a necessary evil, otherwise that was counterproductive. Okay. Enemies?
Highlighting interface connections, Pathfinder.
Okay. And I assume we're getting all these. But it's gonna do this thing again where we turn a little bit. Weird staggery thing.
All of these activated.
But we're fine once it does get activated. Now, if we had to fight enemies while doing this, that would be considerably trickier. But if this is not something we need to concern ourselves with. Oh, well, there we go. Is that actually true, or is that just a line that Ryder automatically says when we start taking damage? Shaw does seem to be shooting something. There are definitely still things here. This was probably a bad idea. But the reason why I did that was to give us more space to maneuver, even while we have enemies in front of us. Because it felt like that was going to be the real threat. It was going to be that by having these enemies attack us at the same time that we are trying to activate these things, or before we've activated most of them, we're just going to have very little space in which to get around. Uh-oh. I'd like to hit you. Ow. Get the charger, dude? Okay, while we have the cloak up. Let's do this again, just give us a little more room in which to maneuver.
Don't quit.
I don't actually know if Ryder means that. As in, they will continue to spawn indefinitely until we activate all these things. Or if there is a limit and that was just a figure of speech. But this is where cloak can be very helpful. Also, one moment while we loot. There's also definitely an enemy right next. There is, in fact, a very large enemy right next to us. I am feeling like these guys respawn indefinitely at this point. Try taking this guy out and then we'll see. Observer? Yeah, you saw that guy. We saw him spawn right there. For all intents and purposes, he just spawned right in front of us. That is the opposite of what I meant to do. That is now us accidentally mailing remnant technology of critical importance rather than our ship. Okay. So can you please let me actually use this thing? What the heck? When I see the device is telling us to... Do we have to kill all these guys? It really looks like they were just respawning every time we killed one. No, okay, apparently they'll do that for a little bit.
Field. You may want to sweep the area.
It just so happened that we only needed to kill a couple more. Okay. So, now they are dead. Now we can be a little more thorough. But there's one other thing that I missed. No? Maybe I picked it up? Alright. Tell you what we do. Before we do this, never really confirmed what exactly this device did. Like, is the whole vault area completely the main vault area completely inaccessible if we deactivate this? Because this, we are going to have to activate this as soon as we... Ah, yeah, it closes it. Okay, that's why. Yeah. Basically, as soon as we activate the vault, we're going to need to activate this. Let's plan out our course, because we are going to be rushed once we do. And it still might not be able to follow this to a T. But I think the plan is go through here. We're going to need to activate this, otherwise we don't have enough room to get through here. So we need to activate this so we can traverse. Then... what was the pathway that we established that allows us to go to the special bonus area? It was actually this way, right? Across here. Actually, just double check. That pathway does exist when we do this, right? It doesn't exist now, but now it should. Or it didn't exist before, but now it should. So, we're gonna activate this. We're gonna jump across that. Here, here, here. bonus doorway. We don't really know what the deal is there, but it's over there and theoretically should be unlocked once the vault has been activated. Then I don't know what exactly that's gonna do for us. Like, is it gonna be just an alternate pathway? We proceed all the way through to the exit, or we're gonna have to go in, get a little bit of loot or whatever it is that's in there, double back however far to get out of there, and from there it's gonna be make our way down, and then from there on out it's a relatively linear. So yeah, all coming up with a plan to get this. So then once we do that, let's all just follow the path. Like that, I think. Yeah, because we can ignore all this stuff. We did all that. Okay. I think that's the plan. As for whether I will remember that when we are super rushed and stressed and there are probably enemies attacking us simultaneously, that is a totally different question that probably has a totally different answer. But that's the theory. That's the plan.
This console will
True, certain remnant make more as well. That might have been the reason for it. But I thought it was we destroyed one of the remnant that creates additional remnant. And then as soon as we killed it, a new one popped back up more or less exactly where the original one was, which was what sort of struck me, but okay. Alright, we have our plan. Let's do it.
Okay, get ready to run.
Oh, that's also devious. That's also devious that those reversed. Okay, so we need to get this. We need to get this. Then we're gonna go this way. We're gonna go this way. Despite what it says, we're gonna ignore that loot over there. We're gonna go up here. Fortunately, no enemies at the moment. I'm gonna see what the deal is here. Can we go through this? We cannot go through. Okay, I have no idea what the deal is with that then. I don't know why we can't go through that. I thought the whole point was, okay, now we're also gonna die to this. Apparently we don't immediately die to that. So maybe it was some combination of consoles that, oi, I walked straight into that. Some combination of levers that we did not try, but we theoretically could have done it before, even though apparently we just didn't experiment enough with it. That's a little frustrating.
Man, never gets less terrifying. Let's get out of here.
We can't double back now, can we? No? Okay. That stinks. I don't know what was in there. I don't know how we get in there either. But it was just the way that Ryder phrased it was so weird. When we first found it, Ryder said, okay, maybe we can find a way through this on our way back. On our way back, implying that meant we could only go through it when the vault was active, which seemed obnoxious, but seemed like, okay, you know, maybe the game is just trying to make it particularly difficult for us to activate, you know, or access this area, when in truth it seemed like it must have instead just meant that we needed to experiment more with the various combination of consoles that we had active at one point in time, kind of like we saw on Vold. I mean, in this case, definitely would have been significantly easier because it was just a matter of patience and experimentation rather than, you know, having a timed aspect to it as well. Maybe after having had something that was timed like that on Vold made me think that, okay, for that reason, I'm not that surprised if it is going to force us to do this when the vault is actually chasing us out of this place. Or maybe both? Oh, man. I hope not. But you might be right, Bormath. Not sure either. So I guess I'm just hoping that it's not, you know, something that is like a one-time quest item that you can't get anywhere else, and therefore we're never going to be able to finish that quest because we didn't access that area. If it's just like okay, you know, you get a little bit of research or you get a little bit of experience, loot, and what have you, then all right, fine, you know, we'll be okay without that. We'll live. But if we can't finish a quest because we never got access to that, then that kind of stinks. Okay, so we've now activated the vault. Again, was not necessarily planning on doing that on this trip to Kadara, but the trip has become more significant than we had originally planned. And suddenly, what was our viability before going in there? I think it was like 14%? Spoiler, we'll live. Okay, thanks. So, 61%. It's enough, viability percentage-wise at least, for us to get the outpost. Theoretically, that was supposed to purify the water, although we haven't really heard definitively what the outcome of that was just yet. Let's see. Let's, where are you? Let's look at that quest and see what else we have. Looks like everything is checked off. Looks like it. So those things there, work with Reyes, help Dr. Nakamoto retrieve the formula, help Katus with the kit on Kadar. We did not do that last one. Are these all just basically like, you know, tips, recommendations, but not requirements? Because originally I thought those were requirements. We've not turned in the quest for Reyes yet. Or rather, not turned in the quest for Nakamoto yet. Although we've done it. We haven't, you know, officially completed it yet. We obviously just did the vault, but and we have all these check marks here. So maybe it's not technically... Maybe it doesn't technically require as many of those things as I had originally suspected. Okay, and these guys did respawn. More or less right on top of us. So I don't really think we have a choice in that. Ah, well, that was not the best way to initiate that. Also, is that a squad mate that just initiated a fire combo? Even though it didn't say fire combo, but that did say fire? I don't know, man. Also, that is also an enemy. I also don't know if we're flaming next to the... Uh-oh. If we're flaming next to the Nomad and we hit it, does that deal damage to the Nomad? I don't remember if we've... Like, I've accidentally meleeed the Nomad countless times. But they've only been, you know, one-off instances. So it's never been an issue. I don't actually know if we have friendly fire for the Nomad, I guess. For science, jump in the water. I mean, you have a point. You have a point. You do... Oh, hold on, though. No, not yet. Remind me. Remind me. Oh. No, remind me. I have an idea. That idea does require that we head over to the outpost site, and that is ultimately what we're trying to see, is basically, can we create an outpost at this point in time, even though we technically haven't... I mean, we should be able to. It just may require that we quickly take a detour to double back over to turn in the quest to the doctor. Let's fast travel here while we're at it. Okay. Speaking of infinite experience.
This area can be mined for resources.
Yes, we will continue to get
minerals,
the, like, 2 or 3 enemies dropping down here who give us a minuscule amount of experience, but theoretically it is actually something that you can continue to get. Also, please stop running away from me. My cloak only lasts so long. Also, you conveniently walked into a place where I could explode that on you. So 67 experience. That technically might be less than we've had in prior times doing this. So maybe that theory that repeatable encounters, although repeatable, will reduce the experience over time, that there might be something to that. So, I mean, theoretically, you would think that repeatable encounters that give experience would be potentially game-breaking. So you could just find the first one that exists in the game and continuously do that, and very early on max out your level. Obviously, that's the most extreme example, but it is possible. If that is truly the case. I went in the wrong direction. Although this is also... hold on. This is also a repeatable experience. I don't remember if this... or encounter. I don't remember if this one gives experience or not. That was definitely a very preemptive cloak. Observe as the real core takes on the intervening, the invading outcasts. Oh, also this is Hurricane. This is our first time really using it. Maybe it requires a little bit better aim than that, though. Still experience. Same amount we got from that other encounter. Now, maybe that means that they have the same experience in any circumstance. You know, they had the same amount initially, and they will continue to have the same amount indefinitely. Maybe it means that although both of them are getting lower every time we have those encounters, we've done them exactly the same number of times, and therefore they have been reduced exactly the same number of times, and to this day remain the same number. That honestly could still be the case. I don't know. This is what we're looking for. Yes. But before we activate our settlements, which I guess we technically don't know definitively one way or the other, if we have successfully purified the water, why not test that first? Why not test that first, you know? That's what I say. Oh well. It can be done. We've done it. We know it can be done. 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 That will not be denied. Hold on. Nope, nope, nope. Not from that angle, though. Apparently not from that angle. It's okay. That's okay. We've clicked the map. That is okay. That might not be okay. That might not be okay. So the thing is, so you see, the thing is, hold on. So, you see, what we do now is we go for a little swim. That didn't help. That did not help in the least. You would have thought that that would have gotten us back into the world. It did not. Hold on. Oh dear. I mean, I'm curious to see what we can do still in this instance. Look, everything is fine. I don't know what you guys were so worked up about. Everything is clearly fine. Guys, we're just climbing on the mountain. I don't know what the big deal is. I don't know what the big deal is here, guys. Just a normal mountain climbing experience, really. Really just a simple, straightforward, normal mountain climbing experience. The likes of which you could really see in just about any old exploration, any old expedition. Okay, We have done this before. We did it earlier today. I know it's possible. Is that because we may have very luckily just barely circumvented a game-breaking clip through the wall into the underworld? Maybe. Are we playing with fire, potentially going to activate that same type of glitch again? Yeah. I mean, maybe. But, I mean, that's kind of like a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing, right? That kind of thing isn't really repeatable. Right? That kind of thing isn't really repeatable. I know we appear to not be stuck in the wall. We are actually still stuck in the wall. From some angles, you can see that. From others, you can't. Like, I can't walk further in this direction. I can't dash further in this direction. Oh. Is it wrong if this is arguably my favorite part of our Mass Effect Andromeda experience thus far? Is it wrong if I feel that way? Hold on. Let's get a little reset here real quick. Are we gonna lose incremental HP every time we do that? And potentially actually kill ourselves eventually? Seems like it's taking a quarter off our HP every time we do that. And that did not really resolve the issue at all. Yeah, that might prove to be an issue. That might become a problem. Remember that part where I tried to save just before initiating this whole process? And we couldn't? Just like to think back to that moment right now. Just like to briefly recall that moment on this occasion. No reason. No reason for that. Definitely not going to be relevant to the current situation we find ourselves in, because that was a while ago, right? That was what, like 3 wall clips ago? If not considerably more than that? I mean, who's counting at this point, right? But you see, the thing is... you see, the thing... We did save right after the ball, so at the end of the day, it wouldn't be a huge deal. But, you see, the thing is... at this point, at this point, we may not have many alternatives. What if we just shoot the edge of the world? What if we cloak our way through the walls? What if the walls can't see us? Surely that is the solution. Just make it so the walls can't see us. Also, we should totally find cover right now. Okay. I'm having fun messing around like this, but we may legitimately be stuck right now. So, in the interest of keeping things going, I will reload our latest save. We are going to see where this puts us. Oh, we do! 4 Mav, we did. We might have been wrong. Well, you see, we may still be able to try that theory. Because, although it, from this angle, may not appear to be the case, we are, in fact, still behind the... We are, in fact, still behind this wall. Well, kids, this is why we can't have nice things. Science gone very, very wrong. Hold on. Let us load the second most recent save, which is only a minute before our most recent save. I have no idea if that's going to be within the wall or not. It is still within the wall. The game has autosaved several times while we are in the wall. Although we are somehow traversing this much more efficiently than we were before. I mean, I don't know if going up is really gonna... There was one time where we successfully got back out. Legitimately. Thought it was kind of around here. But... the game also does... Wait, hold on. But do I need to... I need to have weapon out, then I can melee. Okay. So if we do this... doesn't really seem to be doing the trick. But it was a good theory. Okay. It seems like it's saving every minute. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. At this point, we've spent several minutes in there. Okay, so let's see. That was a minute before that. Something that is not on the same exact minute increment. So probably this? Maybe? Still not good. Wow. We have a lot of saves that are stuck behind a wall, as it turns out. And at this point, I've probably lost track of which one we were. I think we did that one. How long were we behind this wall for? Does anybody know? Okay, this one's maybe one too far back, but surely at this point we are not stuck in a wall. At this point we are not stuck in a wall. At this point, where are we? At this point, we've just fast traveled. Okay, so yeah, we went back one more than we absolutely needed to.
Here they come.
Because this was the whole the second of the two repeatable encounters. We'll see if it gives, I mean, I don't know why it would give a different amount of experience this time around. Yeah, it's 67 each time. For that one, at least. But yep, there is a beast here still. There are multiple beasts here still. Hey, Cora, hate to break it to you, but there is, in fact, a large dinosaur-like creature directly behind you. Don't worry about it. At least 5 minutes. It was an eventful 5 minutes, though. At least the first 4 of which were totally worth it. The last minute, maybe not. Test the water, they said. Do it for science, they said. Do we still try to do it? Or do we call it there? Do we play with fire? Something insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting something to change. I didn't go from this angle. I didn't go from this side, I don't think. I thought we went from the other side. It can be done, is all I will say, because we did it earlier today. Oh, I know how we did. I know what we did differently. I think. Wait. I think I remember what we did differently. We did this first. This is how we did. Okay, we did it totally differently. We did it like that. I don't remember where exactly we went up from there, but that's how we did it before. Why did I think we did it like that? I mean, we might have had to have jumped up on something like that briefly. But this was absolutely one of the steps. And then, like, that side, maybe? That might have been doable. Might just pick the wrong spot. It's possible. We're getting closer. Just need either a lip to latch onto like that, maybe, or that just seems lower than the other side. Let's try this. I missed it, though. Oh. All I will say is that I'm trying really hard to do this science. It's okay. I'm taking the science very seriously. That much, I promise you. I don't actually know if we can fall through one of those holes, but kind of acting on the assumption that that is possible. So is that side better? Trying to jump onto that. Or is getting, because we missed this little ledge before. I think we try this again. Don't remember exactly what approach we took last. That's so close. Just need something. Latch onto something there, and we can make it. Okay, now we're playing with fire, though. Now we're tempting fate. Okay. Maybe we settle. Maybe we settle for slightly suboptimal science. If Ryder will even let us do that. Okay. I wanted to get up there, in case that was not blatantly obvious. That is what all this has been for. Which we did do before. I think we got up here somehow, either by jumping off that mountain there, or finding a ledge here to latch onto. Found a way to get up on here, then from there it is possible to jump onto this. That was my goal. But I guess we'll have to settle. So we completed the Kadara vaults, which supposedly is going to fix the water for us, but there's only one way to know for certain, right? In the name of science! Oh yeah, seems fine. Yeah. 10 out of 10. Wouldn't recommend. Would recommend. I especially recommend the walking on the bottom of the lake floor without actually swimming. Casually just Navy sealing it now. Okay, hold on. Now we need to test this theory. Don't mind it. Does it really not get any deeper than that, though? We actually can't poke our head underwater? I'm so disappointed. For some reason, that gave us research data? Oh, okay. Alright, then. Alright. Enough of this nonsense. Lids, can I crouch? Oh. What's the crouch button? What is the crouch button, real quick? On controller? We could scan. I don't know, but it's nice. Just casual little stroll through the water. Don't mind us. Just casually, just running through the water. Just shooting through the water. As one does, you know? Just mining uranium from the water. As one does. Just scanning underwater. As one does. There, that's what I'm looking for. From that angle. Okay, let's see. Can we actually make an outpost here? Okay, it's further in that direction. Gotcha. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's right over here. I mean, well, it was, some kind of mineral that was in the water, was it? That was making it unusable before and deadly? Oh. Okay. Maybe we do. Still need to turn in that quest for the doctor, because this should be the spot to start things up for the settlement, but it does not appear to be working. At least there's nothing to interact with. So, I mean, granted, given how much messing around we've been doing here, I would not be totally surprised if we have done everything that would be required and the game is just very, very confused right now. Would not rule that out either. Yeah, because we did see... Let's take a look. I'm not sure if we've technically finished the work with Ray's one or not. I mean, we've spoke... Oh, no, Yeah, we've told... Also, I totally thought initially when we saw this that Ray's was, Sloan. I was mixing those two up, so I didn't remember who Ray's was just by name. But we did do that, outpost with it, or I forget what the official name of it was, not outpost. The structure where all the, why does my name think Ardat Yakshi? Brokar. Brokar out, structure. We fought with Ray's to take out the Rokar at that random structure that we happened to pop into. So we've done that. I assume that's what that's referring to. We've done the quest for Dr. Nakamoto, we just need to turn that in. So I think that's probably what we need to resolve there, and then help Cadis with the cats. That, okay. If that means we might not have done that yet. I'm not sure we fought a single cat on Kadara yet. That was not supposed to rhyme, but it did. Okay. Let's head back here, so we can turn this into the doctor. The comic books? The books. This is Mass Effect, the complete comics, which I've recently learned is not actually the complete comics. It has, like Mass Effect, Homeworld, and, when I've read these, like, fairly recently, like, a few weeks ago, although I admittedly am now forgetting all the names of them. Homeworlds was the big one. That is probably the one that I'm sifting through right now. What other ones were there? Basically the one that has primarily Discovery. Okay, there's one of them. Oh no, Discovery I deliberately did not read, because apparently that one might have Andromeda spoilers, so I didn't do that. What's this one called? Redemption. A bunch that start with RE, right? Is Rejection one of them? I don't know. All those ones I have here. But I recently learned that there are some that I think are a little more, as I knock things off my table. I recently learned that I think there are 3 that I actually have not read, because they, for some reason, are not included in that big sort of master comic book that I thought was containing all of them, but actually does not contain all of them. So I've read those. But I've not read those other 3 that I'm missing. Doctor's somewhere up here, right? Okay, this is a dead end. Was that geysering before? I don't remember. Lids, geysering is not a word, it is now.
Over here.
Oh, where did you come from? Yeah, so Revelation I've read, I think. Wait. Ascension, Retribution I think I've done. Deception I've definitely done. I've not read Andromeda Nexus, Uprising. That might be why it's called Uprising. Oh, I understand now. Now that we've gone far enough in Andromeda, and now thinking more about the name, I know why that's called Uprising. Andromeda Initiation I've not done. Andromeda Annihilation, I've not done those. You are extremely sneaky.
Over here. Look fast.
Okay, I was kind of hoping you sold more interesting things than this, though. I mean, I will take the shield capacitors, because those are really helpful. That's about it. And other than that... Oh, hold on. Let's sell salvage. Which hopefully, absolutely, more than makes up for the cost of the shield capacitors. Kind of hoping you were going to have like a secret mission that we wouldn't have otherwise known about because you're so well hidden. But the doctor was somewhere around here, right? Should probably... Oh, that's apparently new. There he is.
What's in it?
He was practically right next to us. Alright, so this guy is not as innocent as he initially tried to make himself seem. We've recently learned. We still chose to side with him rather than the very blatant drug dealer, because this guy might be a drug dealer, but he might also do some medicine on the side. So at least there's that. No worries, Scudder to your God. Thanks for stopping by. Good to have you.
Good news, Doctor. Got your formula.
You have no idea what this means to me.
Think we at least do bring it up, though.
One of your old co-workers, Dr. Farrenth, claimed she helped you create Oblivion. That it was always meant to be a drug.
That's a lie. Arena's not even a doctor.
Figured as much. You've only shown yourself to be a decent man.
I mean, logs
Thank you,
that we read
pathfinder. I won't forget this.
seemed to suggest otherwise, but that gives us 5%, so that's a little bit more than your average quest. Work with Reyes. Help Cadus with the Ket on Kadara. Okay. Apparently we've not done this stuff with Reyes then. That surprises me a bit. Alright, so... Once again then, that question remains. How long do we actually want to stay on Kadara for? Because this was not originally a planned mission. Or a planned trip, I should say. We just so happened to end up here when we were doing Contagion. At the very least, we should probably pick that up, though. That might be Reyes. Because he was hanging out in here before. That it is? Oh, no, it's... Yeah, it is. Okay.
Ryder. Perfect timing. You saved me the trouble of looking for you.
Okay. Everything all right?
Something wrong? Have there been more murders?
Nothing so morbid. This is actually a personal favor. A business rival, Zia Cordier, lifted cargo I was moving for a client.
You want my help getting it back?
We worked so well together on the Rokar job, I thought you'd be willing.
Yeah, so Fridays is Andromeda Day, Saturdays is Mass Effect 3 multiplayer day. This upcoming Sunday, I actually will not be streaming. I'm going to be out going to a basketball game. But that's, and so Sundays we'll get back to streaming on Sundays after that, hopefully. Might do a makeup stream on Monday, depending on how quickly I finish up with work stuff, but we'll see. But yes, in short, Fridays, Mass Effect Andromeda Day, Saturdays, Mass Effect 3 multiplayer day. So yeah, it seems like, obviously we just did, kind of accidentally, do a quest with Reyes not that long ago with the Rokar, but it seems as though that was just the intro quest, or, the preamble to this one that is more of a personal favor and the one that will actually get him to side with us. That does seem odd, though. That, as I was saying, at first I saw all those things that you need to finish on Kadara to establish the outpost here, Then we started making some progress on them, and I thought, okay, maybe we don't actually need to do all these things. Now it seems like, no, the original perception was correct. We do have to do all of them, and that means it takes way more stuff on Kadara than seemingly any other planet, at least out of the ones we've been to thus far, to establish the outpost. Oh, well, thanks. Good to have you. Hope to catch you later then. Have a good night. Okay, let's see, what else can we learn? Did he tell us this person's name was Zia, or did we somehow put two and two together here?
How'd this rival of yours get hold of your cargo?
Her usual tactics. Got my middleman drunk, then stole his ship.
Sounds like you know from experience.
Please, I keep to a 3-drink maximum when I'm on a job.
Okay, what is this cargo, though?
What did she steal?
No idea. Client paid extra for privacy. Considering my fees, it must be valuable.
You didn't check?
Honor's got a price. And the client paid it.
Does almost feel like this is a loyalty mission of sorts for Reyes, who, as I was saying before, as NPCs go, he's certainly seeming to be a pretty darn significant one.
We cut the profits, 50-50.
60-40. Final offer.
Deal.
When she stops in Kadara, Zia drinks at Krala's song. We'll start there. See if Umi heard anything that could help us.
Okay, meet Reyes at Krala. Oh, that's a place? That's a place? What? Okay, I did not realize that. But, so, yeah. Do we continue to do more on Kadara and see if at this point, especially after having done what one would have thought was the biggest, most difficult thing, getting the vault active. After doing all that, should we stick around until we can actually set up the outpost? Or do we say, yeah, you know, we were not really planning to go here right now in the first place, so let's head out and do the whole track down the Archon thing? Because now it feels like we have some momentum with this. Now maybe it does make sense just to stick around for a little bit and see some of these things through, and we are pretty close to getting the outpost. Maybe we just go that route then. The Archon, the Archon can wait another day. It's already waited quite some time at this point. Let's see, so it is this. Meet Reyes. Where is Krala's song? Is that the bar we currently find ourselves in? I imagine that is not the case. That's one of the bars back in the main area of the city. Okay. Sure. I guess we do that then. Okay. No, this is the dead end. This is the camp. I assume this water is safe as well. Only one way to find out. In the name of science. Okay, let's see.
Okay, that's done. Still need to track down Reyes' cargo, though.
It's interesting how Ryder spells that out. Uh-oh, brace yourself. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. Okay, is there anything new here? Not really outside of this, obviously. Do a little 360 while we're at it. Oh, Drax chilling.
You know, Kadara ain't half bad. Nexus could learn a thing or two.
Actually, a lot to talk with you about here. Okay. Let's see, what about Sloan, I guess?
I assume you have opinions about Sloan?
That's putting it lightly. Sloan switched sides, helped the uprising when she was head of Nexus security. I don't like Tan any more than I like her, but loyalty counts.
Fair enough, I suppose. Charlton, is that that's the leader of the collective? I forget.
Who do you think the charlatan could be?
Anyone or no one, a lot of people would rather get behind a story than face reality.
Yeah, it might just be a collection of people, or, you know, just a metaphor, really. Not actually a real person. Big Brother? Blitz, Big Brother is totally real. Dara versus Colony. I don't know. What do you think?
How does this place stack up to the Krogan colony?
Hard to compare. The colony's ours. It works for Krogan. But these exiles are onto something here if they could just get along.
Okay. Tartarus must be another bar somewhere, but I don't remember which, so I'm not sure what Carl's songs where we currently are, so I'm not really sure what we're comparing against.
Why do you drink here instead of Tartarus?
This place has Umi. She gets me. Or at least she keeps pouring.
Okay. I assume then that Tartarus is probably the place where we just were with Reyes.
Don't have too much fun.
We'll see.
Okay. That is Umi. That is Reyes. Joel's hanging out here as well.
Pathfinder, I'm uncomfortable here.
Then why are you here?
Trying to be cheerful, but I'm not doing a good job.
Jal, keep your voice down.
Why? I am not ashamed of my feelings.
Are they? Oh, wait, no, we didn't bring Track for this mission. For a second, I was like, is Jal here specifically because he's one of the members of our party right now? And we were about to do a mission with Reyes in which we might need some muscle to back us up. I mean, that might still be the case.
You look like you're waiting for someone.
That's my line.
You want a drink or a room?
Information, actually.
That'll cost you more than a round of drinks.
My friend's good for it.
Meanie, set us up.
Put it on my tab.
See?
What do you want to know?
Zia Cordier. She been around recently?
You mean your ex? Yeah, she was here.
Yeah, it's pretty clear they had some kind of relationship, given the way he was describing her before.
You never mentioned Zaya was your girlfriend.
Zia or
She's
Zaya?
not. We drink together sometimes. I drink with a lot of people. Anyway, she was here?
Yeah, met with a Solarian. Shifty guy I'd never seen before. Maybe it was the charlatan.
Anything's possible. You overhear their conversation?
They were planning to meet someone at Spirit's Ledge.
Thanks, Umi.
Whatever.
Also don't know
You
where
didn't
that
hear
is.
it from me.
If you check the meeting spot, I'll follow the collective lead. Doubt Zia was meeting the charlatan, but you never know.
Yeah, we really have not seen or heard much of the collective. I think we've encountered one random, or seemingly just about random group of bandits that happen to be of the collective. Everyone else has been outcast. So, let's see. There are so many romance options. I guess, and this is a guy that you're not seeing that often outside of this quest, so if you're trying to romance him, this is the time to do it. I guess that probably explains why every single option has a romance option.
I'll call you when I get there.
Thanks, Ryder.
So yeah, maybe that would make some sense for that reason. If we haven't done much on or seen much from the collective thus far, it might be because it's very closely tied to this quest right here.
Yeah, not much.
You doing okay, buddy?
Last one.
Takes a lot to knock out a Krogan like that. Oh, no, okay, I thought I accidentally stopped doing that for a second just before we were going to finish it. Thought we were going to have to do it again. I would have been quite upset. At first, it seemed like this was just going to be just a talking quest and not much else, and now it seems like the plot is going to thicken a little bit, which makes more sense.
Guarding the Tempest?
The Nomad. Got some attention when we disembarked, and it's a lot more portable. Seems smart. Only 3 attempts to steal it so far, and 1 offer to buy it.
How much?
What was the offer? Just so I know how much I'm driving around.
Negotiations fell apart when he asked if I came with the car. Weird. Must have been something I aimed.
Okay, then. Slums, I'm assuming? That's where we need to go for this, and that does technically mean we need to reset ourselves up here. Don't we have a level... We don't have a level 5 Hurricane anymore? We definitely got one previously from loot boxes. Fairly certain. Oops. Alright, we'll stick with what we have then. This'll do. We have unlocked this 3rd slot, but again, don't really think... I mean... Tell you what. If we have enough weapon weight to do this, we'll throw it in for the sniping engagements, as we have found ourselves doing that pretty frequently. When trying to initiate, we've been using our scoped assault rifle in what are really more sniper rifle situations. Like some cover penetration here, I think. This is going to be pretty heavy, so we might need that. That's probably what we're going to take. Still 100%. Alright. Sure. As whether I will ever remember to switch over to this, that's a different question. Also didn't switch out our squad mates, but so be it. This may be relatively quick, as this time round, I would like for this to just be us doing this little quest here and then heading back in. Well, I mean, I'm trying, in this occasion, to focus in specifically on the quest at hand, and not so much general exploration or getting thrown into other missions that we happen to see across or along the way. How far away is this and what direction is it? Was wondering if it was going to take us to the east side, because we've basically done nothing there thus far. Does that make sense? So, like, this, for example, we could do, but I think I'm deliberately going to hold back on for the time being, because I want to kind of be focusing particularly on what we're going for here. So we have already deviated a lot from, basically, I mean, our original plan just didn't involve Kadara at all at this point. So our time spent on Kadara thus far has been infinitely longer than I had originally planned. But then we said, okay, we'll go for a brief little period. And then we went and stuck around and did a whole lot more than that. So it's still been significantly longer even than that. People here? Question mark? If so, maybe we'll check it out later. I mean, the problem with that is that if you find interesting stuff and you don't explore it now, then it will show up on your map, and you may act on the assumption that for that reason you've already done everything that there is to do there, even though you may not have. Speaking of which, I think we start at the bottom. Have we been in here? What is this? Security override. Access upper floor confirmed. Okay. Well, might have needed to come down here to even do that in the first place. My wife and I are settling in this homestead. Being exiled from the Nexus was a huge shock. I still can't believe Tan did that. But at least Sloane's watching out for us and giving us whatever land we want. Hope to make a life out here, and we've got our very own lakeside property with a view. Does seem like a nice place. Leaving. This whole thing turned out to be a nightmare. The water is toxic. Hey, we fixed it. The lake is a death trap. It's like the planet wants us dead. Now, Sloan is ordering the Badlands turn into some sort of prison colony. My wife and I are leaving right away. No time to pack. We're not staying one more minute out here. It's mine. I don't know what those idiots who lived here before were complaining about. This is great. Got the whole place to myself. 2 ways of surviving out here. You either hide real good, or kill anyone who crosses your path before they kill you. I can do both, so I'm all set. The outcast isn't finding me all the way out here. Besides, they never said it was a loan I had to pay back. How was I supposed to know? I'm going to beef up security around here just to be sure. Okay. Wait, did I? Hold on. Yeah, okay, I pressed the button to do that. I'm not sure why it showed up multiple times as still having that little hexagon next to it. But that suggests there's going to be a dude up here. A dude who may be looking to shoot anyone who arrives. Here, we cannot enter this. There is definitely still an upper floor over here. Hey, friend. Oh. Either he's really tired, or he's not nearly as good as hiding. Not nearly as good at hiding as he said he was.
Been hiding from those outcast bastards for 3 days now. They're pulling out all the stops to get their credits back. Haven't eaten in days. So thirsty. Fuck it. I know it should be filtered, but I'm taking my chances. Water is water.
That'll kill you.
God, this is...
It'll kill you. Yeah, just touching it nearly killed us. So drinking it, probably not a great idea. Or the experience armor, which gotten little pieces of, and we wondered if maybe if we were to get a full set of that, might be able to be better than the full set of armor that we have that is experience focused right now. That might be worth further investigation. Venom, it's obviously not bad. Oh, it's supposed to be a take-all. What is this? I think this whole story about the water being poisoned is just a big lie they tell people to keep them inside the walls. Okay, and that explains why he did eventually decide to drink it. If they told the truth, nobody would need Sloan to rule over them, and we could all live in the Badlands. I'm not swallowing this stuff. Water isn't perfect, but it's still water. I don't see any cancer particles floating around it. That's not the way the cancer works. I mean, yes, I see him. Oh, this? Is that what you're trying to get me to scan? I guess so. Alright, well. He do be dead. He do appear to be dead. Get up there? Oh. Get down there. Probably isn't anything up there. Also, yes, I acknowledge and realize the fact that I said I was going to try to not get distracted by other things here and then immediately start to do other things here. I'm more meant so, like, not going completely in the opposite direction and getting pulled further and further away from the place that we're ultimately trying to go. I mean, yes. I recognize the irony. And this, too, to a certain extent, is still a detour. That is the right spot that I'm pointing toward right now, right? Yes. Like here, for example. New quest here. New plans to set. No. Straight here. Maybe the fast travel spot just so we can get back to this location more quickly and efficiently in the future, but that's it. Oh, I did not previously see the little bar in the bottom right corner there that suggests how much, that shows how much boost energy we have left. It shows it recharging and everything. Maybe a little burst like that. Okay, new location discovered. That looks like that's going to be a group of enemies. Whoa! What the heck? It's a point of interest. Right next to the precious cargo. Those are people. Who I imagine are probably not friendly. So this is the situation. Ah, well. I was about to say, I was probably gonna forget about. That kind of situation.
Took one out.
Yeah, we could still snipe this dude. Oh, cool flip. Cool flip, buddy, but hold on. Get a little bit closer, then I'm gonna poke again and go for this is the full, the true, pure infiltrator experience. Sniper rifle. Cool. Cloak and pick people off like that. Granted on, oh, you are not dead. On ow. Ow. On controller, it's a lot harder to be precise with headshots like that. It's not, you could kind of see there. Like, okay, I'm trying to adjust where I'm shooting a little bit so I'm still hitting you in the head. Also, where did they go? Oh, they're all below me. That absolutely did not actually hit him. And yet he died. Oh, apparently they are over there now. Not exactly sure where, though. I now know where. Like, this is kind of what I mean? That much penetration. In Mass Effect 3, the Black Widow, the weapon we're using right now, has built-in penetration. A little bit of built-in penetration. So if you add penetration from the mod that we added to this guy, then in theory it should add up to quite a bit. There we are. So as I've said several times before, I'm not a huge fan of snipers, but that's actually, I think, a lot of the reasons for that. The times in which I've said that in the past have all been in the context of Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. I think many of those reasons are specifically tied to the mechanics of multiplayer. In single player, I don't think that's as much of an issue. So part of it is like, if I miss, not only do I not kill the enemy, but also, there are a finite number of enemies that, if I miss, then my teammates are just gonna kill this enemy before I can do anything to them. And now I'm doing nothing this wave because, you know, all the enemies that I tried to snipe got killed through other means. Whereas, since, you know, yes, we still have squad mates, but for the most part, they're not going to be kill stealing nearly as much. If you want to, ow, call it that. So basically, and it also means that you can be more patient with lining up your headshots and what have you. If we can choose when to initiate encounters, if we stay a little bit further away and don't encourage our squad mates to get the opening shot, which admittedly I did start to do because I began to move in the way we would normally engage, only to realize later, hold on, this is why we brought the Black Widow. Okay, so I mean, there were a lot of enemies here. And we did get 2 chunks of 300 experience, which is not bad for experience purposes, but is there any other plot significance of this location? Doesn't really seem like it. At least not at the moment. Certainly not compared to the previous structure that we went to, which was much more significant. There's still an enemy over here. They're so separated that I do wonder if it's a beast. Because it is. I'm pretty sure I absolutely did miss. I also did not mean to do that. I do wish there was a quicker way to switch weapons, though. Because that's definitely something that does make it inconvenient to be playing this type of playstyle where you switch from one weapon to the other depending on the circumstances. Mass Effect 3, at least on keyboard and mouse, it's very simple because you can scroll wheel it, which is nice and quick. But having to pause to switch every time is quite clunky. There might be a way to do it on controller, but we certainly tried a lot in the past and did not figure it out until we started opening up that menu. Oh, what's up, Stray Demon? Does the game still have the crazy built-in dead zone for controller? I don't know. I mean, for the most part, I mean, that's perhaps partially why I have been focusing on going primarily as a power build rather than a weapon build. So I do generally, from a...
Enemies!
Are there? Oh, there apparently are. From an experience standpoint, I prefer playing on... Where's this other enemy coming from? I prefer playing on controller. However, there's obviously, in both circumstances, better, you can usually play better on keyboard and mouse because you can be more precise with shooting. So, you know, it's kind of, you know, chicken and egg type thing. Right, here's the forward station. So if I were playing on
deploying forward station
keyboard and mouse, then perhaps I would make more of a point of focusing on the weapon stuff. And, you know, it's also with a sniper rifle, obviously you need to be really precise with that.
to your nav system, Pathfinder.
Which does not work very well on controller for that reason. But for the most part, we've been going, I mean, we have been going mostly, thus far, assault rifle with a scope, which is like kind of sniper rifle-like, but not exactly the same. This feels different, though, in terms of sensitivity. This and is it that? No, I take it back. It is the same in terms of sensitivity. It's just that obviously a sniper in most situations is going to be much slower. Black Widow is actually quite good from the standpoint of you can fire multiple rounds before you have to reload, so it's not totally unforgiving if you miss, but obviously missing is a lot less of an issue. The semi-automatic assault rifle. Missing one of those shots, no problem. And get the next one off pretty quickly. Obviously less damage per shot, significantly less, but that's the trade-off. Okay, so we overshot a little bit to get to that spot. We're not going to go down there. Not on this trip, at least. That is quite close to that structure. Oh, are they... Is this a recurring encounter as well? They always happen right next to the forward stations, seemingly. It does very much appear to be the case here. Yep, there's at least a couple of enemies. Alright, is it 67 experience? So that does seem to be the magic number. Also, I mean, this would be the situation. Like that. Oh, that one. There we go. Like lining that up on a controller, especially when there is some auto aim, which at times can be more hurtful than it is helpful. We're trying to be precise. It's like, yes, I know you're locking onto this enemy a little bit. And I am trying to hit that enemy, but I'm not trying to hit that enemy there. I'm trying to hit the enemy more specifically where their head is. 67. Okay. So yeah, it seems like all these little recurring encounters just give it a tiny little chunk of experience. Another disciple. So yes, technically speaking, it probably is something you could infinitely farm, but at the same time, it would take so long that I'm not really sure it's worth it, so to speak. I need to get up there. Can we... hold on. Oh, I'm not entirely sure what that was. It's definitely a piece of some variety. This looks like the way to make it happen. This looks like a bridge of some variety. Wait, hold on. Wait, first of all, where'd you go? First of all, no, Cora! Cora! Just trying to shoot this thing in the face. Stationary target, against whom we have the clear height advantage. You're complicating everything by getting its attention. That was totally a deliberate way to get closer to the remains more quickly, and not just a coincidence because the melee button and the loot button are the same. Totally not. But what I was wondering was... I know it is elevated, but it's not as if this is gonna get us there. We'd have to go... We can't get up that, can we? That was the wrong way to do that.
Guess we missed the meeting.
Let's look around.
Oh.
Maybe Zia left something behind.
I mean, I guess we can. This guy gonna keep on causing us trouble? Oh, they can shoot? Apparently. And yes, I think the answer is... Probably will still need to fight you.
What's that?
I mean, first of all, we have this guy.
We've got targets!
So yeah, like, Flamer is really nice on controller because you don't need to be super precise with it. And then Energy Drain also can lock on a little bit as well, and arc around, cover, and what have you. So in that way, the power-based stuff definitely feels preferable when you're on controller. This. Right where we
I
parked.
found something. Looks like a wire.
Aluminum, copper, gold, plastic compounds. Cheaper metals have been laced with gold to resist corrosion. Also this.
Here goes nothing.
Maybe look around before pulling random switches.
Where's the fun in that?
Okay. If you insist. Solar panel. Oh. Wow. Quite the trek. Quite the wreckage. Yeah, now on the other hand, oh, that was preempted. On the other hand, Black Widow plus Flamer, not the best combo. For when we're engaging up close. Oh. Hello. You know, unless we're gonna quick scope people. So that's why I'm thinking it's mostly just when initiating engagement types of thing.
Success. It's open.
Oh, well, I thought I saw some precious metals here for a second that I was gonna quickly go over to. Then I got a little distracted and lost track of it, so I guess we will go here nonetheless.
Reyes, I found a data pad with what looks like a nav point.
Must be where Zia's hiding the cargo. Probably left that behind for the buyer.
Okay. I don't know, that sounds oddly, strangely convenient.
Why not just tell the buyer directly?
Frequencies can be hacked. Dead drops are considered safer, especially for a big sale.
Did you find anything on your end?
The Salarian is a fence. No direct connection to the collective. My guess is Zia met him to find potential buyers. Let's follow up on those coordinates. I'll meet you there.
Okay. So yeah, based on how... Maybe this is what I was thinking of? Based on how this is a quest that you need to do to set up an outpost here, that would, one would assume, suggest that this is going to be a pretty important mission, and therefore, one would assume, one that is pretty extensive, pretty involved. Again, at first it was just, you know, chatting here and there, but it's definitely a lot more to it than just that. Okay, now you're over here, which we conveniently have a fast travel spot right next to that. So that certainly works. This... Do we know? Yeah, we did know about that before. Just wondering to what extent other things have popped up since we activated the vaults. So that's convenient.
Stole the Angaran satellites and destroyed the search vessel.
What are the odds they'll surrender peacefully?
Less than 1%.
Okay. Pretty much pure east. One moment. Might have initiated that a little bit preemptively. So you see the thing. Oh, okay, never mind. I was about to say, you see, the thing is, he does not seem interested in engaging. Then, as soon as I was starting to say that, he changed his mind. Is this the most efficient way to do this? No. This is the most efficient way to get to that mining zone. We should be going left of where we currently are. Enemies?
Shuttle. Could be Zia's.
Okay. Maybe, although that's not where the quest is saying we ought to go. I mean, first for, you know, further investigative reasons, obviously we must do that. What's going on here? things down there. There's a lot of ammo and health packs down there, which certainly suggests we're gonna find ourselves in combat soon. What else was this? Trying to tell me to scan? So whatever it is, I'm not seeing it. Maybe below us, by where Reyes is? Above us? No. Let's try down below. And apparently not? Yeah, I have no idea. Sometimes that happens for, I guess, other interactable things, not necessarily stuff you scan. They are telling us to scan, though. What the heck? Maybe there will be something here after we talk with Reyes? I don't know. Let's talk with Reyes.
It's empty.
It does kind of feel like this was a setup.
What if this was all just some elaborate trick to get you here?
You mean there was never any cargo?
Bravo. I knew you'd figure it out eventually.
Cheers.
You could never resist the big payout.
What can I say? I'm a greedy man.
That's why you don't have any friends. You're selfish.
On one hand, harsh burn. On the other hand, wow, that is terribly unoriginal writing. Sound like a 4th grader. You don't have any friends because you're selfish, and that's the worst insult that I could come up with.
Skip the small talk. Why'd you lure Reyes here?
He's been taking all the good jobs in Kadara. It's gotten more than my attention.
So what? The local smuggling union got together and decided to take me down?
Something like that.
Shit.
Move in.
Get ready to fight!
Why is it that it always seems as though the named people... I mean, granted, I'm not sure we've actually killed the named person in question here, but it seems as though the named people are not as strong as the others. Why is it taking me so long to get cloak back? Specifically. Like, sure, you dodged out of the way and what have you, but there's still another enemy here. Namely you. That's one way to level up. Apparently, we don't need to check back in with Reyes. We just immediately complete the mission, because said we were done. Got the 5 points of viability, so that's definitely more than usual, as we said. That is seemingly the number we've gotten on a lot of these things. Okay. Still don't know why it keeps on beeping here. Frustrating. I do imagine Reyes would still like to speak with us, though.
I knew I wasn't popular, but I never thought the other smugglers would team up against me. Kind of flattering, actually.
I mean, yeah, but...
You'd be smart to keep a low profile.
Discretion is my forte.
Is it now?
All that effort and no credits to show for it.
It kind of seems like that's exactly the opposite of what just happened. What's with the voice acting? Her voice acting of his ex was pretty terrible. I think he's kind of okay. I mean, he clearly has an accent. I'm not not sure what kind of accent it's supposed to be. And so maybe he's like kind of forcing it a little bit to the point where it sounds a little bit awkward. So it might not, you know, the accent that the voice actor is trying to do might not be that voice actor's natural way in which they speak. And so, I don't know. Maybe it's not great, but I actually think he's kind of, among the various voice actors, I think he's pretty decent. But the woman that was trying to fight us moments ago, her lines were horrendous, and it's not as if the voice acting made them any better, because it was pretty bad. That was pretty bad.
There are a few less smugglers in Kadara. Think of it as thinning out the competition.
You and your silver linings, Pathfinder. I should clean up this mess. Zia was a piece of work, but it feels wrong to leave her out in the open.
Like, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a Spanish accent. Reyes is sort of a Spanish name. Vidal? There was a former, soccer player's was their last name Vidal? Was their first name Vidal? I'm trying to remember what country they're from.
Go on. I'll take care of this.
Okay. Yeah, it's a pretty Spanish name, so I'm guessing it's supposed to be Spanish. And his accent does seem kind of Spanish. Is the voice actor actually Spanish? That I'm not sure of. But yeah, I think he's actually decent with his voice acting. But the voice acting quality on the whole definitely does vary a lot from one person to the next. And that woman, the combination of the voice acting and the atrocious writing was startlingly bad. Yes. Okay, so that was one of the quests that we needed to do to set up an outpost here, apparently. Let's check. What do we have left? Help Cadus with the Ket on Kadara. We should have this active still, probably. Do we know what we need to do to help him? This, I guess? So I'm imagining it's going to direct us to the Ket base over here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I thought that those on prior occasions when we've seen stuff like this on other planets that those have been optional. We have done them all on other planets, yes, but I thought those were kind of bonus content-y type things. So again, it's just strange that for some reason, the number of things that are required, at least to get the outpost set up on Kadara, you just have to do way more relative to the other planets. Okay. So again, yes, there are other things around here we've learned about. Some other quests. We do now have a new fast travel spot, so we can hopefully get to some of those things later on. I'd like to kind of focus specifically, though, on the things that are going to get us the outpost, because it feels like that's very much the thing that we've been working toward now. So that means we do head here. I mean, the Ket base is going to be a pretty big deal, I think. Usually those are pretty major time commitments. Pretty major undertakings. They have varied a little bit from one case to the next. The toughest one thus far was definitely Eladin. Actually, the one occasion where it wasn't Ket. It was Outcast, but same general format. Now one actually took us a few attempts to get right.
Still need to take care of Cadus's Ket stragglers.
Yes, that is the plan. Is this the fast travel spot that we've showed up at a bazillion times?
This area can be mined for resources. Let's do this! You can extract minerals.
These guys have shown up a bazillion times. And that functionally meant that we've had a way to get a small amount of never-ending experience. There's still someone left here, right? Right there, apparently. Oh. Okay, so the place that we were trying to get to is actually in the opposite, yes, opposite direction to the one we are currently facing it. Oh. mean, this is not a super valuable resource, but of all these ones, what? The titanium is the best, I think? If we happen to have a source of that here, then prefer to do that. I don't know if it's worth taking a break. Oh, well, I mean, that is better. That's now some aluminum as well, which I'm not sure if that's any good, really? Don't remember. Worse for the beryllium? Alright, let's just nap. Just nap this. Yeah, they're both common. Not so great. Basically go around this place. Wait, to which side? Straight ahead. Exactly the direction we're currently pointed, except we're currently pointed at a mountain. Oh, that was also... Okay, not even pay attention. That was also a place we were in. Drop some stuff real quick.
Resources in this area are limited.
Not gonna lie, I thought that was an enemy. The mining thing, because there's some enemy that was... Ah, you are right on top of us. Assuming we've investigated that already? Just zoom past this dude.
A group of registered criminals has gathered salvage ahead, Pathfinder.
You're referring to this spot? Been here before? This is one of the spots we were talking about before that just seemed like one of those other generic wreckage places? Perhaps not.
Sam, where are these weapons supposed to go?
I have a nav point that could be the source. Adding it to your map.
Okay. That's kind of info we were trying to receive. Is that technically the quest we had marked? Or is that something totally different? This feels like that's in a slightly different spot than it was before. So maybe that was associated with the cat. Just wasn't their actual base. It was something that will eventually lead us to their base. I just ignore that. Oh.
Someone took a hard landing.
Any survivors?
Let's investigate.
That's it. Good work.
That's an Angaran. Angaran-made spacecraft that has suffered major damage due to breach in hull, apparently from multiple shots from Ket weaponry. What was that? That is briefly clipping through the fire and flames? Oh, you're alive.
Who's there? Hamash, is that you?
Don't talk. We'll get you back to town.
No, I can't move. It's too late. I just want to rest.
Don't lose hope, brother.
Can you tell me what happened?
It was the cat. Took us by surprise. They killed everyone. John lasted the longest. They didn't know I was still alive. I saw them raiding our packs. Then they took off into the hills.
Where exactly?
What's in the hills? Is there a Ket base there?
There's nothing in the hills. We've never heard of a base. Sloan says Kadara is free of Kets.
That remains to be seen.
What did the Ket take from you?
I don't know. Supplies, weapons, scavenged ship parts.
Okay, I mean, do we have any Metagel? Or something like that?
I'll leave you to rest.
Thank you. I wish.
Kaitis, it's Ryder. Your Ket rumors have weight. Just found a caravan they attacked.
Damn it. Really thought we got them all.
One of the wounded said they headed for the hills. I'm gonna check it out.
I'll search too, grabbing a shuttle now.
Okay, I mean, you'd think we'd be able to give that guy some Metagel. Where? Oh, did level? Oh, we did level, apparently. What? I don't remember this happening. When did this happen? Let's see. We most recently started putting points into pistols, right? So weight, pistol, spare ammo. So if we can carry a sniper rifle in addition to an assault rifle and a pistol already, and that sniper rifle is super heavy with a Black Widow, I don't think we have any major weight concerns going forward. And some pistols could definitely benefit from extra spare ammo, including the one that we are currently using, the Hurricane. So I think that's definitely the way to go. It would also benefit a lot from extra clip size. I think we stick with this. And might be able to find something to do with 4 points, maybe on the biotic side. Oh, look at that. Infiltrator rank 3. Yeah, but Annihilation and Barrier are probably the two things we're trying to get them. What did we get at rank 6 here? Oh, this is good. Either one of these. This is actually, for general purposes, this is probably better. For some specific purposes, this is better. This is a little more niche, but I think we were saying we might be interested in pursuing this later. It really depends what you're trying to do. If you're really going for biotic-based build, then that's perhaps better. Anything else, and even maybe in some biotic builds, this would still be preferable. Depends. So we are definitely doing some things that I think are against the grain, if you will, not the standard. Oh, these are all right next to each other. Not the standard best option in most circumstances, because we are getting a little creative at times with the types of stuff we're trying to do with our build. Hello.
That's teamwork.
More of them? Oh, I mean, rather not engage if we don't absolutely need to. So maybe this is not going to be a base. It is truly different. I'm assuming it's going to be this corpse? Question mark. Doesn't look good. Oh. Footsteps.
Ket tracks. They're leading up into those hills.
Looks like they're leading right here, but where exactly? Oh. Is that cave actually not the one we went to before for the monolith? It's actually tied to the Ket base? Right. That's teamwork. Says the person who didn't do anything. So it's on the other side of the... Whoa, what the heck? Yeah, just go right.
Look, caves. Might be something worth seeing.
Oh, but it's actually down there? And we've not gone into the cave from this angle. I thought that was just ultimately going to connect to the same place where we saw the remnant stuff? Or the, vault stuff? Can you lock on, please? Please?
Ket tracks. We're going the right way.
Hmm? How far is this going to take us? I mean, it could very well be that this is just going to eventually lead to a Ket base. A lot of enemies over here. That was an interesting move for Jol.
Pathfinder, I detect a data pad in the area.
Alright, I see that.
They're vulnerable. Hit them now.
Ah, they're dead. Actually. Which I guess means they're vulnerable. Outcast and Collective, you should encrypt your information a little better. We got a hold of a juicy bit of info from your emails, but the charlatan would like to see what you've been up to. We'll conveniently misplace this data if you make the right offer. What's our silence worth to you? Bring the goods to nav point attached. Your new outcast friends.
Didn't we just read another data pad like this, but the other way around? This time, the outcasts are blackmailing the collective.
The nav point has also been removed from this data pad.
What is going on?
Interesting. We are, of course, still focusing on this. Oh, I thought Jol was one of those for a second. Whoa! Another vintage heatsink, ultra rare. We will take it. We will gladly take it. Oh, wait, what? Is there something there? Maybe not. Probably just check this real quick. Also, we made a point of scanning all the various new enemy types. Oh, that we've encountered here? Maybe not as much as we could. No, nothing. Thought I'd check. Wrong way. Don't mind me. Right way.
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
That's a lot of beryllium, which is common, but still.
More tracks. Can't be far now.
That says track to their hideout, so I assume that does ultimately mean we will find ourselves at a Ket base, much like we have it on other planets. Clearly something's going on over here. Oh! Well, I guess we could do that. Okay, I'll leave everyone instead then. Anything we haven't seen before? That's way up there. I think we're just going.
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources.
Oh, well, I mean, there does appear to be a
You can
cave right
extract
here.
minerals via your mining interface.
That cave is not a bad hideout. Could be where the Ket are holed up.
Titus, I think I found something. Sending the nav point.
Is Titus actually going to help us? That'd be cool. This reminded me of Fold a little bit in the way that there was a cave system leading up to the official Ket base. Let's see. Oh?
Impatient, are we?
Sloane!
Sloane? I wasn't expecting you.
What's up with her face?
She wouldn't take no for an answer.
I'm not about to let someone else fight my battles. Especially an initiative lapdog.
Alright. Now we're a lapdog? We who have been going around doing all the work for you? Hey, can you just ask for our help for what it's worth?
You don't want me here? Take it up with Titus.
Oh, I will.
Enough.
Personal
Let's get
space,
this over
please.
with.
You're such a grump when you're worried.
Let's not forget that we're doing you a favor.
Every second you're gone from the port is an opportunity for the collective. The Pathfinder and I can have...
What was that?
They know we're here. Get ready.
Defeat the Ket. Oh. Hey, it has been a while since we last fought the Ket. It does seem as though we may have some additional friends though. This is that's one big.
Don't let them flank you.
Yeah. Don't say. That's one of the big machine gun guys who just so happen to sneak up behind us, which is saying something because they are pretty huge. You would assume they would not be able to do that. Alright. That's Cora.
Giving shield assist.
Where are they? Up here, apparently. And now...
Ket, stay sharp.
Down there, apparently. So is this actually going to be a full-blown base?
Pathetic.
That works better than I thought it would.
Shield assist.
Oh, that was comparatively very easy. Way faster than the Ket base. Way more straightforward. No boss enemy at the end. That was no problem. Definitely didn't need extra assistance from these guys. Not even sure to what extent they truly did assist with the combat.
Let's get rid of the bodies.
Okay, also we'll just casually not have that line voiced or appearing.
Wouldn't want anyone to know you had Ket hiding under your noses.
Your discretion is appreciated.
Once again, that's teamwork. Was it though? Was it though? Yes, this is a totally different cave system that we didn't know about before. Oh, just loot. Okay. Oh, come on. You can't tell me that they totally came up with this deliberate ledge for us to go down and not give us some reward for getting to the top of... I mean, I was hoping it'd be even more. Gotta reward the platforming like you did way back at that other spot when we went to the top of the mountain. Device, okay. Oh. Oh. That's a pretty big container. High value. Don't mind if I do. Oh. And we did go up here before. Not sure there is anything loot-wise. This kind of separate area, though. Not sure what that is. This is the secret flanking way. Well, that would be pretty nice. To get those guys who are up in that spot from that angle. Thought that was, those lights were indicating that's a container as well. Apparently not. Alright, friends. Catch you later. Maybe don't be so grumpy next time, and remember that we're doing you a favor. Is that a medal that we got? No, don't. Cut the nomad in half, Lids.
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
Yeah, but that's not the mineral that I really want. Rude.
Let's do this!
Alright, so now the question is, have we suddenly done everything for this? Return to the, why do we have to return to the Tempest? Why is that necessary for settling the outpost? That seems odd. I mean, we can, but that feels strange. Also, this only says fair for the resources now. Oh, wait, hold on. This has to be Sloane's, right? Clearly this is Sloane's. That must be the way that she got here, right? Oops! Did I do that? Okay, so do we fast travel? I mean, it's barely even fast travel at all at this point, but do we fast travel there and just see if we can truly start this outpost without going to the Tempest, even though it seems to suggest that we need to do that? Or do we just say, it's telling us we need to go to the Tempest, we should go to the Tempest? I don't know, I guess we have truly had to do all those other things to get to this point.
The Outlaws have tech set up over there.
Huh? Alright. Hello, friends. You appear to be, once again, a recurring set of enemies. Please don't hide up there. Please don't hide all the way up there, either. Hello. Say, sharpshooter. Something tells me you don't like it when we fight you up that close.
Pathfinder, I detected data pads in the area.
Wait, but we totally fought in this location before. What the heck? Why is there a data pad now when there wasn't previously? Oh, not what I meant to do, and nearly blew ourselves up in the process. You were right. Both factions fell for the messages. Guess everyone has something to hide, don't they? Just need them to both show up at the nav points. They'll each think the other's trying to play them. Someone will start shooting, and before you know it, we'll have all the loot to ourselves. Just have to find a spot to lay low till the bloody part's over. You and I are gonna be rich, babe. Future is looking bright.
So one guy is responsible for both ransoms. I doubt...
Oh.
That ended well.
I extracted a nav point from this data pad, adding it to your map.
Let's see how all this turned out.
Okay, so that's probably the one that they're referring to. But I think we'll hold off on that for now, because, as I was saying previously, at this point, mostly just trying to see the outpost all the way through. Is this the right spot? Yes. Yes, it is. Well, this is depleted over here. Oh my god. How many times? Infinite number of times is the answer. $300 experience this time? What? Not 67 or whatever it's been, 68? Not to mention there is one more enemy here, which might mean even more experience. 2 more enemies here? 3 more enemies here? Who's doing? Whoa, where'd you come from? Where are these guys coming? What the heck? What the heck? Where are these guys coming from? We're also about to die. Why is there suddenly way more people here? And why they keep spawning behind us? I mean, got 2 instances of 300 plus experience there. Usually, those guys just pop in here repeatedly every time we use this fast travel spot that's right next to this spot. And it's a relatively insignificant amount of XP, but that was more enemies than usual. Along the lines of how many we would typically run into the first time we run into these types of encounters. And way more experience. Excuse me. That water's supposed to be safe now. Or maybe we were stepping on it while the geyser was going off? I don't know, man. This whole infinite experience thing, every time it feels like we're starting to figure it out, something changes. I am going the right direction, aren't I? Yes, okay, cool. Looks like we're going faster than usual right now. That is the wrong direction. There are seemingly enemies popping up over there once again. A reasonably large number of them.
We've got targets!
Hey, friend. You're trying to melee me? I will not allow it. In fact... Oh, well, no, hold on. You saw nothing. We're just gonna say that we got the melee kill. Oh, hello. That's not insignificant, that enemy. Currently, we've unlocked Kitted Out. Finished that achievement. I can't say I know what that's for. Wait, what? Beast definitely was not throwing a grenade. Just chilling there that whole time. Oh. Well, that happened. Are there any ammo boxes here? Are there any? Hiding over here. Alright, let's go the direction we're meant to go. See if we can get settlement set up. The outpost, to use the proper term. Right over here somewhere, isn't it? Oh, yeah, we drove past it. Oh? Green lights? No, we do seemingly, truly need to go back to the Tempest for reasons unknown to me. Okay. Sure. Is there some kind of important conversation we need to have on the Tempest first? Before coming up with the outpost here? For some reason?
Welcome back.
You have new email at your terminal, Pathfinder.
I swear. if the reason why we had to come back to the Tempest before setting up the outpost was because we needed to check our email, I'm not going to be pleased. That might even be the case. Let's see, we should reactivate that as our main quest, I think. I am not pleased. Let's see, race. Something interesting just fell into my lap. Call me when you have a minute. I was assuming it was going to be... Oh no, I guess it said race, right? Once again, I thought it was going to be Sloan. And I think I just mixed up Raze and Sloan once again. Spread the word that at Tartarus... Spread the word at Tartarus and import if you're expert handling... Let's try that again. Spread the word at Tartarus and import of your expert handling of the Rokar. I only made a few embellishments and left out my involvement, of course. Wouldn't want to steal your spotlight. Oh. Bootleggers Association of Kadara. We appreciate your previous business and hope you enjoyed our unique power-packed, home-brewed spirits. We're constantly improving and experimenting our new blends, so be sure to check back with us. Sincerely, Zed, founder of... the Bootleggers Association of Kadara. Call him? From here? Where? Stop trying to force me to... Oh. Is that? Oh, okay, apparently that is it. We do need to call him. Which we can do, okay, yeah, from the meeting room, gotcha.
You have AVP outstanding, Pathfinder.
That is true. We have a lot of things here, I imagine. It has been a while. Been a while since we've last been on the Tempest. Can certainly collect all these things. We have 1 point, and we might be close to leveling up this. Certainly if we set up the outpost on Kadara, I imagine we'll get another point soon. Let's see. Additional common mining nodes will be made available. Reduces the amount of time it takes to get research points. Seems like we've really gotten all the big stuff here. Under science. I mean, if we're blowing through, now that we know how to use consumables, we are blowing through our shield restoration ones more quickly. Relatively quickly. So, it's not a terrible thing to do this, just so we don't really need to be too concerned about it. When we see someone who's selling them, they're pretty cheap, so I think we just try to make a point, to continue to make a point, of purchasing them whenever we can. We do see them from drops every once in a while, but they're pretty rare, seemingly. Actual consumable slot. Yeah, I mean that. Now that we know how to use these, maybe a little more interesting. Another consumable slot. I mean, I guess in theory that's a good idea. It does technically make us stronger, kind of, sort of, whereas the other ones, you know, are for the most part just statistically insignificant things. Like getting, I mean, we are now doing Apex missions with enough regularity that although 15% more credits sounds like that's nothing, if we're doing 100 plus missions a week, then that does add up. Similarly there, of course. Let's see here. Credits for investments, I imagine that's not really enough to be all that significant. I don't know what fusion mods are. Initiative access to top manufacturers and fabricators. That sounds like that's valuable? Sounds like that's powerful? If only I knew what fusion mods were. Requires market dominance, which is this one, which requires gray market connections. Buying and selling. I was thinking the special inventories could be interesting, depending on what those special inventories include, which I obviously don't know, but if that means better, rarer items that would not otherwise be acquirable, then that might be worth pursuing. That was something that, at this point, might be the top of our list, because I feel like we've gotten most of the big things. Again, like, maybe the extra consumable slots are useful. I don't know. So we have the, shield restoration. We have one of the ammo types for extra damage, which we've not used once. The shields we've used a lot, but there's also a consumable for the, life support. Increasing that, which, granted, maybe at this stage in the game is not that significant. They're probably, I mean, we've seen vaults and what have you where we've occasionally had some hazard locations, so yes, could still, even in those situations, get some value out of it. However, given how the planets that once had hazards, for the most part, we've gone in and done a lot of the vaults, if not, well, yeah, all the vaults in the places that we've been to thus far, except for Eladin. Which means that, for the most part, if there were once hazards, there aren't really hazards anymore. So it feels like this might have been, or getting the hazard, or the life support boosting consumable might have been useful early game, but the further along you get, the less valuable that becomes. So that might just be, not that meaningful anymore. And again, we're doing so many Apex missions that this may actually be the most significant one that we have left here. I don't know. I feel like we might even save this for the time being. Don't think we have an urgent thing that we need to do here. For the strike teams, we have a lot. We have a lot that I've completed in between streams. It's technically a little bit less than a week in between streams here, so I think we're at slightly less than 100 of the packs, which is still a lot, don't get me wrong. But I think we've established at this point, after doing a little bit of math, a little bit of live testing, that a full week with basically every single box unlocked, every single mission completed, and therefore box unlocked, is on the order of, I think, 120 boxes. So again, today slightly less than a week, we're just under 100. Let's send some people on these missions, though. Let's see. This is not a good mix. So there's nothing to specialize in here, so we're going to have to send the generalist. Then for the silver mission, do have some for poor weather conditions, although it's silver missions, that shouldn't matter too much. Just about anybody should be able to make it happen. You are the weather team. Then for the bronze stuff, definitely can send anyone on this. Should not matter. Oh, there we go. And for you. Do have some for high risk, high reward. It was, in fact, the team that I just sent out on the other mission, but again, it's bronze. Everyone's maxed out at 94% here. Okay, so, as I was saying, we have a lot. A lot of these. I think it's somewhere in the 90s right now. Should mean we will get a lot. And therefore, we'll take a little time. A little bit of time for the game to register all this. Like, I've already pressed OK. Might have made sense to clear out our inventory first, because I don't remember how many things we had in our inventory. Uh-oh. Game. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm pressing the OK. I'm pressing the A button. That's not good. That's probably not a good thing. So, fun fact, we're now going to play the rest of the campaign with this little notification in front of us. Can we actually... Now I'm curious. Can we actually... Speedrunner strat, I bet there are game-breaking things you can do if you have this popped up. What happens if we try to talk to somebody? Can we? We can't? Maybe by having this screen up, you can skip what would otherwise be unskippable dialogues, and therefore break the game, and do some speedrunning strats. Never mind the fact that the reason why this happened in the first place was because we did something that is the opposite of speedrunning strats, that is grinding a bazillion one of the Apex missions. So... the thing is, I've tried pausing, I've tried pressing the OK button. Let me try every single button on the controller. I can zoom in. That is the only thing that I can do. And I can sprint. So I think we need to close Mass Effect Andromeda. I think this has successfully crashed the game. Not the way that I expected that to happen. Not that I expected the game to crash, but I guess, well, we have seen the game crash before. Not like this, though. Not like this, though. This one is new. Alright, so we're just gonna cross our fingers that, the game... I mean, we've had this up for a little bit here. We previously learned earlier today, for reasons, that the game auto-saves every minute. We've definitely had this up for more than a minute now. I can tab out. That's a good sign. So we tab out, tap back in. Does that change anything? Oh, keyboard and mouse maybe? Nope. Makes no difference. Makes no difference. Okay. I think we just need to, I assume we can, yep, just manually click. Okay, don't need to force quit. We did get the kitted out achievements just a few minutes ago. What was it for, though? Because it wasn't clear. Kill a foe with a rank 5 weapon in a single-player game, or equip a rank 10... Oh. Is that really the first time we killed an enemy with our rank 5 weapon? Because we've had... Is it just the Hurricane? Hurricane is rank 5, and I guess we only recently switched to that, but we've been shooting a lot of people with other weapons before that. So that's a little alarming that that was the first time we killed someone with a rank 5 weapon. But most of the time, of course, we are getting kills with Flamer, Energy Drain, slash the fire combos that come from combining those two things together. But for us to not get any kills with a level 5 weapon, I'm guessing it's just the Hurricane right now that's level 5 for us, and so, you know, we only very recently swapped over to it, and even then, I've not really been, using that much. Black Widow, though, we were using that a bit. Also, only recently, but... that, I thought, is that rank 5? Because we definitely got some kills with that, right?
Outstanding, Pathfinder.
Oh, look at that! We load in, we immediately get all the stuff. See what we get. It's a lot of Ezo. That is an ultra rare, so that's good. Ultra rare material. Get a whole lot of that. It could be very useful for crafting purposes. Oh, it is possible to get more than just Milky Way research data from these types of things. That's interesting, because we got Milky Way, a ton of Milky Way research data from this. Oh, there's the big stuff. There are the ultra rare weapons. But we cannot get anything other than Milky Way research data from this. So it kind of felt like for the other types of research, we were just relying entirely on scanning stuff, which was going to take a long time before that was going to catch up to where the Milky Way research data was. But good to see that we can still get some stuff happening there with that. Okay, so with those rewards, let's take a look. As I think I said a little while ago, I do at times... Okay, this is a rank 5 Hurricane, which I believe... We'll have to double check if Hurricane is... Maybe Hurricane is 4 right now? Yeah, we're currently using a rank 4 Hurricane. Okay, so it was only with the Black Widow, I think. Maybe that's it? Only the Black Widow that was rank 5, and that's why it took a very long time for us to get the stuffs, the achievements. Otherwise, we'll keep that rank 5 Hurricane. Otherwise, I think we might just as has usually been the case. Scrap these other things. Some of them are certainly decent, but I think we've established that we can definitely get most of these pretty quickly and easily, and we should have enough crafting materials that, assuming we have unlocked the research project, we can take, we can create these weapons whenever we'd like, and in that case can actually use specific mods to power them up. Yeah, because Sandstorm we were using for a while, that's just rank 4. Cedar and Prawn, I think we deliberately saved because those are really good. In case we ever want to use those. The Black Widow? What? I know what it was. I know why. None of our guns are rank 5. But our sword is. We've not been doing a lot of melee. But I guess it did come right after, I'll be honest, Jaw was right next to us meleeing a person who we tried to melee, but we were kind of, accidentally, I thought, too far away / just stabbing a wall that was close by, but I didn't think we were actually dealing damage to the person. Apparently we did, though. And that must have been how we got the achievement then. Okay, so let's deconstruct. I forget if we deconstruct the ones that we're currently using that have mods on them. It just doesn't let us. Okay. See, obviously this is better. Although it looks like the stats are lower because this is already factoring in those mod improvements. That makes it very hard to compare at this stage. Okay, we already have rank 5. Mods we don't want. Yeah, none of the mods we want to disassemble because those don't do us any good there. Oh, hold on. Armor. I am curious to see. Not this. I thought there was another one that we. Maybe not for helmets, but we've seen some new stuff that we picked up recently that does give us experience bonus. Which has intrigued me. Just to see if that can add up to more than our current gear is giving us, because we are focusing on experience at the moment. Also, might consider switching over to Angaran armor soon. For all these types of things. Tech damage, tech duration, shields, rather than XP. I mean, basically, my thought process there is, if we, like, here we go. This has experience. We'll run with that, just see how it adds up. Nowhere near as good. Although this actually includes the gloves and boots as well, which this does not. But the fact that this is a common suggests that perhaps this is still going to be better? I don't know. But yeah, it's not as if we've been struggling to complete encounters like this is what I mean. 12% plus 4%, sort of 11, which means we have one more piece of equipment that gives experience. We can tie together with this, and we're probably doing better than this is. But that's the last equipment slot, so the answer is definitely no in that case. Yeah, if we're not struggling to complete encounters, then that's, or at least, if we're feeling comfortable with encounters, then that suggests that we aren't desperate for switching over from experience-based gear to more damage and general utility increasing gear. So it's not urgent that we switch over to the Angaran stuff, so why not just continue to get some extra experience while we can? So we can, you know, get that last little chunk there. Get an extra level or two every now and again. Let's, while we're here, speaking of which, Buy some shield capacitors. Let's sell our salvage. Just a tiny bit of salvage, so much so that at least the value of our salvage and the value of the shield capacitors we're trying to buy are almost identical, which is kind of hilarious. We're gonna pay 60 credits. And every once in a while, I wonder if it's worth picking up some of the rare crafting materials, like that I think is the rarest that we can get here. I think we've done this once before. Oh. I'll be honest, I don't really know how much 100 of that is. Contextually. How much do we need to craft stuff? I don't know. Alright, let's head over to see what this talk is all about, and given how
VidCon channels are ready, Pathfinder.
we do have a lot of experience on this level, this might even be enough for us to level up. Let's see. Column. And it's called Night Out, so I don't know. Is he trying to take us out for a drink?
Ryder, how's my favorite pathfinder?
This doesn't sound urgent, that is true. We're just trying to create an outpost over here, man, and apparently we need to talk to you first.
Suvi said you called about something important.
Thought you could use a night off. Sloane's holding a get-together for the locals. I managed to snag an invite. Care to be my +1?
I mean, there were a bunch of romance options for you. We deliberately avoided those. So... No, it nonetheless does kind of seem like you're trying to take us out on a date.
Sloane doesn't seem like the party type.
She sees these events as a necessary evil to keep the people happy.
Even that does not seem like the type of thing that she would do. So it really doesn't sound fun, because this is Sloane we're talking about, but I do feel obligated nonetheless.
I'd never say no to free drinks.
Especially from Sloane's reserve. I'll meet you outside Outcast HQ.
Oh, I thought it was going to teleport us right there for a second. Alright, so apparently, before we can create an outpost, we must find the site. Find the conflict between the outcasts and the collective. Do 2 missions, about to be a 3rd with Race. Go back to the Tempest to call Race. Check our emails so that we know we're supposed to call Race. Do the drug trade side quest with Dr. Nakamoto. Help Dr. Nakamoto get the formula from those drug traders. Ask Outcast leadership about trouble in Kadar. I don't even remember what that was tied to. Go through, find a mini Ket base, and fight all the enemies there. Go into the vault, activate all the monoliths, spread out across the planet, go into the vault, activate the vault, and get to 40% viability. What the heck? This list is 5 times as long as any other planet. Why? Is there something that's supposed to make Kadar more significant than the other planets? It's like, not that this is undoable. Obviously, we've done all these things. It's just so weird how many more steps you need to take to do it here on this planet compared to other planets. Like, in other planets, we just waltzed on in, and almost immediately, it seemed, we're able to set up one of these outposts. But in this case, not so much. Not so much, apparently.